Prezados convidados, Global Citizen Now, Rio de Janeiro, começa agora. Distinguished guests, Global Citizen Now, Rio de Janeiro, begins now. Por favor, recebam o CEO da Global Citizen, Rio Evans, a jornalista Luisa Sveiter e o membro do conselho da Global Citizen, Diego Scotti. Please welcome Global Citizen co-founder and CEO Rio Evans, journalist Luisa Sveiter, and Global Citizen board member Diego Scotti.
Suas Excelências, ilustres convidados.
Dear guests, good afternoon. Welcome to Global Citizen Now, Rio de Janeiro. It's a great pleasure to be here with you. It's the first encounter in Brazil, in South America, of the Global Station organized by the Global Citizen, the main international organization of democracy in the world, with the mission of eradicating the extreme poverty in our generation. And throughout our program, we're going to hear some of the defenders of climate in the private and public sector, and some agents of change that are gathering together to have some actions to stop the deforestation, to accelerate the green energy implementation, and to help the countries.
Thank you so much, Louisa, and good afternoon. And welcome, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Global Citizen is so thrilled to be here in Rio for the first gathering of Global Citizen Now in Latin America. On the eve of the G20 and ahead of next year's COP30, there is no better place for us to call for urgent action from world leaders than right here in Rio de Janeiro. Last year, Global Citizen came together at the foot of the Eiffel Tower in Paris on the 7-year anniversary of the Paris Climate Change Agreement. The promises made were bold and essential to limit global warming and protect our future. But the hard truth is that progress has been slow. That is exactly why we launched Power Our Planet, to challenge the status quo.
And yes, that campaign mobilized millions of people and targeted institutions like the World Bank, demanding debt relief for nations hit by the climate disasters so they could focus on saving lives and rebuilding, not just repaying the loans. And the results were incredible. Millions of global citizens took action, flooding the World Bank with messages, tweets, and calls. At the foot of the Eiffel Tower, in front of 20,000 action takers, World Bank President Ajay Banga stood with us and announced the commitment to allow countries to pause debt repayments during climate-induced emergencies. Esa campaña Foi de fato uma vitória para os
This
cidadãos
campaign
globais.
was one of the biggest wins we had in all over the world. It was unbelievable to know that the CEO of the World Bank was on the stage and announced a commitment of the country to suspend the debt payment during the climate emergencies. And this is a witness that the citizens, they can reach everything together.
As we celebrate that victory in Paris last year, we must recognize that it's just one step in a much larger journey. The Amazon rainforest, right here in Brazil, which absorbs billions of tons of carbon and sustains countless species and cultures, is nearing a critical tipping point. The promises made in the Paris Agreement nearly 10 years ago must now be met with real and tangible action. That is why we are here today, relaunching Power Our Planet with renewed urgency and an expanded mission. We know that all that is at stake, and we know what needs to be done. Every day we see illegal logging, land clearing, and environmental degradation edge us closer to the tipping point for the Earth's rainforest. The first goal of Power Our Planet is to end deforestation. We are calling for countries to set clear targets to end deforestation this decade and mobilize $1 billion in commitments for projects to support land protection and reforestation efforts. By supporting Indigenous communities and environmental defenders, we can protect biodiversity, stabilize our climate, and uphold human rights.
O segundo objetivo da Global Citizen com esta campanha é acelerar uma
The
transição
second goal
energética
of Global
justa.
Citizen is to
Por muito
accelerate
tempo,
a
economias
just and
dependiam dos
fair
combustíveis fósseis à custa do
green
nosso
energy
planeta e das
transition,
nossas
and for many
pessoas.
time we had the
A
few
transição para as
global
energias renováveis deve ser rápida e justa.
fossil
Por
energy
isso,
change that. And that's why we are pressuring the governments to triple the ability of the green energy until 2030, with a special focus to impulsionate the economies in the global south. But we need to do more than just expanding the renewable energies. We need to reduce the sources of the dirty energies like coal, oil, and gas. Global Citizen will pressure the governments and the private sector to adopt some concrete measures to eradicate gradually these type of fuels, and also the subsidies to help these type of projects. Also to avoid the proliferation treaty to be much more problematic, and we want to do that.
the most vulnerable often pay the highest price, and this is despite contributing the least to the climate crisis. So Global Citizen is demanding support for countries on front lines of climate impacts. We'll campaign for new international taxes to make polluters pay, to hold the industries and companies most responsible for the climate crisis accountable. Resources must then be directed to those on the front lines who need support to rebuild, to recover, and to adapt.
Now we know that these are ambitious goals, but Power Our Planet is not a campaign led from the top down. It is a movement powered by millions of voices around the world. And over the next year, we will engage citizens, artists, leaders, and advocates across the globe, from Rio to New York, to Johannesburg to Belém. From local communities to world stages, we will hold decision makers accountable and demand bold commitments. But this journey is not just about building pressure, it is also about building hope. Every step we take brings us closer to the culmination of these efforts at COP30 in Belém, which we're going to tell you more about that later today.
Bom, nas próximas horas vamos nos aprofundar nos principais objetivos de
In
política
the
do
next
Power.
hours, we're going to talk a little bit more about our policies, and our panels will count on leaders of thought, defenders of voices from all over the world that are in the front line of this discussion. So they will guide us, challenge to take this work ahead of us. Are you ready?
Vocês estão prontos?
Are you ready?
Let's
Yes.
go! Vamos nessa!
Vamos nessa.
Absolutely. From now until COP30, we have the chance collectively to make history, to secure lasting commitments to protect our planet for future generations and show the world what is possible when we act together. Global Citizen is so happy to be here for this gathering today, and we're grateful to the presidency of the G20 and to our presenting partners. I want to acknowledge Banco do Brasil and our co-organizer Rewild, our friends at FGV for their incredible support in sharing this beautiful venue with us today, and our amazing supporting partners, Google, Teneo, and the Open Society Foundation for their invaluable support in making today happen. We'll be sharing another special announcement about the culmination of Global Citizen's Road to Belém at the end of today's program. And so for now, all I want to say is obrigado.
Obrigada, vamos nessa. Let's go.
Por favor, recebam a fundadora do podcast Mamilos e da Milos Consulting, Juliana Valauer, a ativista de justiça climática
We
e membro do
welcome
Comitê
the
Executivo
owner of the
da
podcast
Iniciativa
Mamilos, Juliana
do Tratado
Valauer,
de Não Proliferação
and
de
she's
Combustíveis
also
Fósseis,
one of the
Michigan
representatives
Latam,
of the
o
Michigan
fundador do
Latam,
jornal
and the
Voz das
founder of the
Comunidades,
journal Voice of Communities,
comunicador e ativista
the communicator
Renê
and
Silva,
activist Renee
o
Silva,
presidente da Iniciativa do
the
Tratado de
president
Não
of the
Proliferação
Treaty
de
Initiative of Non-Proliferation
Combustíveis
of the
Fósseis,
Fuel
e Marina
Fossil
Silva, ministra do
and
Meio
Queen Du
Ambiente
and
e
Marina
Mudança
Silva, the
Climática.
Minister of the Environment and the Climate Change.
Boa tarde a todos. É uma imensa honra, uma
Good
imensa
afternoon,
alegria
everyone. It's a great joy
painel
to join
com
you
essas
in this
lideranças tão
panel, to this
experientes,
leadership
tão
that are so
comprometidas e tão
committed
inspiradores.
and
Vamos
inspiring.
começar com a nossa ministra
And
Marina
we'll
Silva,
start
que
with
você
our
tanto ama
Minister
ouvir.
Marina Silva, that everyone
Marina, a
is
presidência
really pleased to
brasileira
hear.
do G20 tem
And
liderado uma agenda
Marina,
muito
the Brazilian
ambiciosa
presidency
para
has
os países,
led the ambitious
foco
agenda in the
intenso em
past
reforma
months
global
with
e
a focus on the
sustentabilidade.
global reform and sustainability.
Vamos para a parte difícil agora.
Let's go to the
Dado que as
difficult
negociações
part.
na COP29
Since the negotiations
estão
in the
paralisadas,
COP29
como a
are
cúpula do G20
stopped,
deve
how the
avançar nas ações
G20 summit can
ambientais?
advance in the environmental issues?
Boa tarde a
Good
todos.
afternoon,
a
everyone.
todas. Primeiro eu quero agradecer a
First of
Deus
all, I'd
por
like
estarmos
to
aqui,
thank
por
God
ter
for being
aceito o
here.
convite. Muito
Thank you so
feliz
much
de
for the
estar
invitation. I'm
com
glad
tantas
to be
pessoas,
with
significantes e
all of you, all
significativas
these
para a
meaningful
agenda
people
climática, de
for the
biodiversidade, também
biodiversity
dos
agenda
grandes
and
desafios
the
do
combat
início desse
in the
século.
challenges in the
Legal.
beginning of the century.
Bem,
Well,
primeiro eu quero
first of
dizer
all,
que eu ainda não
I
considero
would like to say
que
that I don't
a
consider
agenda e as
that the
negociações
agenda and the
estejam
negotiations they are
estagnadas. Eu acho que
stagnated.
elas são difíceis, não
I would
são
say that they are
fáceis,
difficult, they are
mas
not
há esforço
easy,
muito
but
grande
it is a
para
big
que a
effort to have
COP29 ela dê
COP29
conta do seu dever de casa. Acho que a
accomplishing its own homework,
COP28
because
foi capaz,
COP28
mesmo em
was
meio a
able,
imensas
even
dificuldades, sair com uma
among
agenda
some
de
difficulties, they
triplicar
were able to
renovável,
triple
de
the
duplicar a eficiência energética e quase,
renewable
mesmo
energy
no
and the
meio
efficiency as well.
do
And
coração da
even in
exploração
the
de
beginning of
petróleo,
in the
fomos
middle
capazes
of
de
the
sair
oil
de lá
exploitation, we
com
were
uma
able to
agenda
get out of
depois de
there with an
31
agenda
anos de
after
transição para o fim do
31
uso de
years
combustível
of
fóssil,
transition
que na
of the
verdade é a raiz do
fossil
grave problema
fuel,
da mudança do clima.
which is
Carvão,
the biggest
petróleo e
root of our
gás. E nós
problem.
saímos de lá
So
com uma
we came out
agenda
of there
de
with an
transição para o fim
agenda
do uso de
of a
combustível fóssil.
transition to end
A
up this
COP29
use.
ela tem no seu
COP29
fulcro, no
has
seu
in
centro, its core, the funding. Without funding, everything that we are deliberating, creating, and the architecture that we are creating, it will not work, it will not happen. So even if we are able to reach some aspects that are meaningful to the COP29, if we don't get out of there with a robust agenda with implementation means, it will not be effective, it will not be successful. And that's why in this moment we are in halfway through the process, and we are making the second week to be of intense negotiations, dialogue, so that we can make the implementation means to be effective, to not only have them in the millions, but in the trillions, involving the developed countries in their obligations, but also some mechanisms that can be additional to the resources that they need to apport. It can be by the cooperation of the underdeveloped countries, but also by the private initiative as well. And then you see the G20 role. G20, in my perspective, it's different from the COPs, that they have some deliberations of issues of nature. In the G20, it's a different dynamics. It's a politic dynamic that involves the 20 countries, the 20 richest countries in the world, with 80% of the emissions and the financial resources, and also 75% of the waste. So it's fundamental that for them to do their homework. If they do their homework in the rate that they occupy in the country, in the planet, of course, the biggest part of our problems would be solved. Nonetheless, it's a political process. And it was done a work of innovation in the case of Brazil that I consider to be the innovative G20. That's a work.
No centro do debate das 20 maiores economias e seus convidados, a Aliança Global para o Combate à Fome, uma questão fundamental, porque sem isso não há justiça climática, a reforma do sistema de financiamento dos órgãos multilaterais, inclusive com o tema complexo e difícil da taxação de super-ricos, mas o segmento foi capaz de aprovar uma declaração sobre esse tema, e a questão da trilha de finanças e uma inovação, que foi a questão de juntar ministros de meio ambiente e clima, ministros de fazenda e presidentes de bancos centrais. E isso tem uma mensagem. Não há como enfrentar o problema da mudança climática se nós continuarmos achando que vamos compatibilizar economia e ecologia. Não é uma questão de compatibilizar. Compatibilizar como se tivéssemos coisas antagônicas que a gente tem que dar um jeitinho. A partir de agora, com o que está acontecendo no Brasil, na Espanha, que acaba de acontecer, o que está acontecendo na África, no mundo inteiro, ou a gente integra economia e ecologia numa mesma equação, ou a gente não tem como dar um desfecho adequado para isso. Então, nós tratamos aqui, no Brasil, em uma lógica que, no meu entendimento, é o caráter do G20. Ele pode alavancar temas, como esses que eu falei, que não é costumeiro no G20, e ele pode fazer uma aterrissagem de temas, como, por exemplo, na nossa trilha, nós trabalhamos, né, o Ministério do Meio Ambiente, a questão de pagamento por serviços ecossistêmicos, a questão de oceano, economia circular, né, e também fomos capazes de fazer uma articulação que eu considero importante, que é o Brasil liderando um processo que tenta fazer uma conexão com a sociedade civil, e que eu espero que a gente possa dar continuidade a esse processo na África do Sul.
Obrigada, ministra. Kumi, let's talk more about these financial solutions, new financial solutions. Given that major G20 countries and donor nations are cutting their contribution in official development assistance, how can ODA levels be sustained?
Thank you very much. Greetings, everyone. First, let me say that this moment we find ourselves in is not necessarily the most optimistic moment. So I want to put this before you, that in the moment of history that we find ourselves, whether for finance or whether all the other things we need to do on climate, that pessimism is a luxury we simply cannot afford, and the pessimism that justifiably emerges from our analysis, our observations, and our lived experience must be responded to by the optimism of our thought, our action, our creativity, and our courage. That's the first point. Second, to the G20 leadership, I want to say that, and especially to the donor world, that when people in the global south are asking for support to address the climate crisis, we're not asking for charity. We're asking you to do that which you promised to do. You built your economies on dirty energy, and the sad thing is the countries that are paying the first and most brutal price are those that have contributed least to the problem. So let's be very clear. We are not asking for charity. Third, please don't clap. Please don't clap. I've got very few minutes.
Yeah.
So point 3 is the G20 already in 2008 and 2009 in London committed to phasing out fossil fuel subsidies. And today, as we sit here, sadly, every minute, $13 million of taxpayer money is going towards funding the oil, coal, and gas companies. Minister and I were in Cali, Colombia for the Biodiversity COP recently. And do you know, just to get the word fossil fuels into the declaration was so difficult. That's like Alcoholics Anonymous holding a 2-week conference, and at the end of the conference, they come up with a declaration where they don't mention alcohol as part of the problem. So, and be very clear, our dependency and addiction to fossil fuels is 80% of the problem. And that is why, to the countries who promised to give 0.7% of their aid, of the GDP to international support, and by the way, they have never been honoring this 0.7% for decades and decades and decades. So now we need to see from the leaders of the most powerful nations in the world, including those in the G20, to show the kind of political resolve they showed during COVID. During COVID, they responded with the urgency that the situation called for. And let's be very clear that the situation we are in right now is not about saving the planet. Actually, the good news is the planet is just fine. The planet does not need saving. Why do I say that? If we continue on the suicidal path that we're on, the end result is we continue to warm up the planet where we cannot grow food, we're destroying our soil, we're destroying our water resources. The end result is we will be gone, the planet will still be here. So once we become extinct as a species, the good news is the oceans will recover, the forests will grow back, and so on. So let us say to the G20 leadership right now, they need to get serious about having a binding agreement on phasing out of fossil fuels. And that is why we call on them here today to sign up to the process that 14 First Nations, first country movers led by Colombia have said we need a binding treaty to complement the COP, and we need to have a commitment that says no more fresh investments in fossil fuels, a fastest phase out as possible, and let's do it in a most just way. If we care about our children and grandchildren, then we need to understand that the struggle to avert catastrophic climate change is nothing more and nothing less than protecting our children and their children's futures. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kumi. Mitzi, let's talk about specific time-bounded actions that G20 nations should commit here at the summit in Rio in order to achieve the 1.5 degree temperature target, and how will these actions be monitored and enforced?
Thank you. Kumi said it very beautifully and clearly. We cannot have any more expansion of coal, oil, and gas. And I say that including the oil exploration that's happening in the Amazon. And I understand it. I also come from a global south country in the Philippines, that global south countries, we need to develop. We have not been allowed to develop by our colonizers, by the global north, by the imperialist countries. But we cannot develop at the expense of our own people, of us. And I include Brazil when I say us, because I know Brazil is also a country that's affected by the floods, the typhoons, and the fires. Right now in my country, the Philippines, we have been battered by 6 typhoons in 1 month. And there are 4 typhoons right now happening simultaneously in our area of responsibility. That means that we are not able to recover. That means that the floods and the typhoons and the storm surges have gotten stronger and stronger. Yes, we need to develop, but not at our expense. We need to make sure that we have a global plan for this global problem. And that global problem is our addiction to the fossil fuel industry. How do we get out of it? Making sure that we have a global plan that comes from the people most marginalized, the people hit the most. And these are the Pacific Islands. This is Colombia. And it could be some of the countries in the G20 like Brazil. We need leaders who will promise that we will no longer expand any more fossil fuels, because the International Energy Agency has said very clearly that we, as humanity, no longer need any new infrastructure. And then we need to make sure that we have a global phase out, and that we leave no worker, no community, and no country behind. That is what the treaty proposes, ensuring that we do not get left behind in terms of development, in terms of ensuring that our people are fed, our people are safe, our people are sheltered. And it goes beyond that. It's not even just about the basic rights. What we should be fighting for is our chance to enjoy the ocean. I love the ocean, and we are an island country, but now the ocean is a source of fear for our people, because the typhoons, because of the fossil fuels, have turned the ocean into waves that eat up our entire communities. That is also what this fossil fuel industry is taking away from us, taking away from our people. Our cities will be underwater with the sea level rising. If we do not act now, if our global leaders, if the G20 do not commit to stopping fossil fuel industries, it is very simple. Renewable energy is the cheapest that it has ever been. It makes a lot more sense to invest in something that's up and coming, and become a leader in this industry. But we also have to ensure that it does not have the same mechanisms of extraction and oppression that the fossil fuel industry proposes to us today. Because if we are not careful, these large mining sites will destroy indigenous lands. And they already are in the Philippines and across the world. We also need to ensure that we're having the rights of workers and the rights of the urban poor and the rights of the small farmers and the fisher folk, and that they have access to land and water, and it's a lot of things. But if we stop focusing on profit and GDP and the economy, and instead focus on the joy, the health, the lives of people, it'll be so much clearer to us that we no longer need this addiction to fossil fuels. Really, all I'm asking for from the G20 nations is to realize that they can no longer keep saying that the money isn't there. We've been talking about Baku and COP29, and some of the richest who are also part of the G20 are saying is that there's no money. We don't have enough money to put into climate finance. It's too complicated, it's too difficult. But how much money is going into war? How much money is going into militarization? There was a record of $2.44 trillion US dollars. The G77, which is mostly the global south countries, have only asked for $1.3 trillion. They're putting double of that into war, into militarization, that is killing people across the world. And for what? For resources, for oil, for gas, for land, to exploit more people. That is not what we need. And that is not what we deserve as a planet, as humanity. We are capable of more. And you've seen this in areas where indigenous people, small farmers, Urban poor have led the way. We've seen how they have come together and built communities that protect each other, that take care of each other. And I'm saying that we are capable of that. We are capable of international collaboration. And I've seen it in civil society. So G20, I'm asking you to follow the lead of your own people. At least 84% of people in G20 countries no longer want fossil fuel industries, according to the UN. What I'm asking for the G20 is to commit to protecting life, people, and planet. Thank you.
Obrigada, Mitzi. Para a gente encerrar, René, a Mitzi falou que as soluções têm que levar em conta e têm que partir das pessoas mais marginalizadas. Você fundou o F20, trazendo as pessoas das favelas do Brasil inteiro e as preocupações dessas pessoas para o G20. Conta um pouco o que vocês fizeram e como essas preocupações podem ajudar a inspirar essas mudanças que a gente precisa para o futuro.
Primeiro que a gente não consegue hoje imaginar um mundo sem a realidade das favelas. Hoje a gente tem, segundo os dados da ONU, mais de 1 bilhão de pessoas no mundo inteiro vivendo em pobreza ou extrema pobreza. Índia, África, vários países da América Latina, Brasil. E quando a gente olha para esses problemas, a gente muitas das vezes enxerga apenas esses lugares como vulnerabilidade, como lugares problemáticos. Mas, na verdade, o que a gente tem dentro das favelas é a criatividade, é a solução. E a gente tem, e a gente precisa mostrar isso para a sociedade como um todo. Mas o que nós não temos hoje são oportunidades. Quando a gente pensa em tecnologia, quantas favelas existem em polos tecnológicos? Quando a gente está hoje discutindo o mundo inteiro sobre inteligência artificial, onde está a favela? Onde estão essas 20 bilhões de pessoas, essas 2 bilhões de pessoas no mundo inteiro, né? Onde essas pessoas se encontram? E quando a gente está falando da nossa realidade, nós podemos decidir por nós mesmos. Por isso a criação do F20, para que a gente possa não só ser ouvido, mas participar dessas decisões, para que as nossas vozes sejam ouvidas. Quando eu comecei a ouvir pela primeira vez sobre o G20 no Brasil, as primeiras coisas que eu pensei foi: a favela vai estar excluída desse debate. A favela não vai participar desse debate. E eu falei, não, a favela vai participar, a favela vai estar incluída. Então, por isso, decidimos fundar o F20, porque quando se fala de G20, todos os temas discutidos dentro do G20 social, por exemplo, passam pela nossa realidade. Quando se fala de acesso à água potável, acesso, direito à moradia, quando se fala de acesso ao saneamento básico, ao básico do saneamento, isso passa pela nossa realidade. Mas é muito difícil olhar isso para um país ou para o mundo, onde, por exemplo, no Brasil, nesse momento, a gente está discutindo, o grande debate nesse momento é o fim da escala 6x1. Quando você tem o fim da escala 6x1, quem são as pessoas que são mais afetadas? São as pessoas que moram dessas favelas. São as pessoas de grande vulnerabilidade social no Brasil e no mundo. Então, a gente está aqui para mostrar que a favela tem essa solução e é um lugar de transformação global e não só de vulnerabilidade, como nos enxergam. Obrigado.
Gente, eu queria agradecer demais os painelistas que têm muito conteúdo para fazer um podcast de 1h30 comigo, estão convidados, e se restringiram a esse tempo muito curto, sendo que eles têm uma plataforma que é importante para falar do que eles são apaixonados e do que eles têm convicção e que eles podem realmente fazer a diferença. Então, queria agradecer a todo mundo e vamos para continuar o evento, que tem muita conversa ainda importante.
Por favor, recebam Vanessa Oliveira, repórter do Um Só Planeta. Célia Chacriabá, deputada federal do Brasil, ativista indígena e cofundadora da Amiga. Larissa Pinto Moraes, diretora executiva do Engaja Mundo. Doron Avni, vice-presidente de Assuntos Governamentais e Políticas Públicas para Mercados Emergentes do Google. E Marciele Ayap Tupari, secretária coordenadora da COIAB.
Boa tarde a todos, a todas. É um prazer imenso estar participando aqui no primeiro Global Citizen Now, no Rio de Janeiro, com essa mesa maravilhosa, seres humanos incríveis aqui. Eu gostaria de dizer que nós estamos no Rio de Janeiro. Eu sou carioca, como podem notar pelo sotaque. E uma curiosidade, carioca, não sei se vocês sabem, mas é um nome que vem de origem tupinambá. Onde está ocorrendo esse evento agora, aqui no bairro de Botafogo, Catete, antes da colonização, era a maior terra indígena do Rio de Janeiro, dos tupinambás. Gostaria de pedir uma salva de palmas. Ok. Muito obrigada. Então, vamos aqui prestar já nossas honras. Nosso tempo é curto e a história é longa. Então, nessa mesa, nós vamos discutir o papel crucial, vital, da floresta amazônica na manutenção do equilíbrio climático global. E falar de Amazônia é falar também de todos os povos indígenas, diferentes etnias que nela habitam há milhares de anos e estão ali como grandes guardiões, protegendo a floresta e todos os seus serviços ecossistêmicos. Também vamos falar sobre a necessidade de políticas e financiamento para garantir a manutenção da floresta e meios também para potencializar, né, a permanência dos povos indígenas ali. Para começar, gostaria de colocar a minha primeira pergunta para a Célia. Célia, que é liderança parlamentar, né, no nosso congresso. Como é que você vê, Célia, o papel dos povos indígenas e das terras indígenas na garantia dessa Amazônia segura, né, para o presente e para o futuro?
Hey ya, hey ya, hey hey yo, 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 hey ya, hey ya, hey hey yo. Conta meu tempo aí depois do canto, porque o canto se canta, não se conta, viu? Eu fui a primeira mulher indígena a ser presidenta da Comissão da Amazônia, Povos Originários e Tradicionais no Congresso Nacional. E sempre que nós chegamos nesse lugar, as pessoas falavam que nossa, você é a primeira pessoa que está na universidade, só agora, chegou atrasado, vocês são as primeiras que estão formando em direito, vocês são primeiros escritores, como que você se sente? Você é a primeira ministra, Sônia Guajajara, a presidir um ministério, delegação da COP, enquanto líder indígena, você é a primeira deputada a presidir uma comissão, e eu sempre falo que não é nós que chegamos atrasado. Atrasado é o Congresso Nacional, que demorou 195 anos para eleger a primeira mulher indígena para o parlamento. E quando falamos da importância dos povos indígenas, hoje reconhecidos pela ONU, nós somos 5% da população mundial, protegemos 82% da biodiversidade e somos reconhecidos pela ONU como uma das últimas soluções para barrar a crise climática. Quando se tem um marco temporal no Congresso Nacional, é como se estivesse jogando essa solução fora. Os povos indígenas representam 30% da solução global para enfrentar a crise climática. Povos e comunidades tradicionais representam 20% dessa solução. Isso significa que, somando povos indígenas e comunidades tradicionais, nós somos a 50% da solução para barrar a crise climática. E quando, de um outro lado, se tem todo enfrentamento territorial, em que saiu uma pesquisa quando estava se votando um marco temporal, como que a sociedade se aprovava ou não a demarcação dos territórios indígenas. E a maioria da sociedade brasileira apoia a demarcação dos territórios indígenas mais do que o salário mínimo. Então, isso significa que o parlamento, eu faço parte de uma rede parlamentar mundial, que é por um futuro livre de combustíveis fósseis, e nós falamos muito de transição energética. Mas, para fazer uma transição energética, nós precisamos urgentemente também falar de transição econômica, de transição política e de transição humanitária. Porque nós vivemos uma necropolítica onde se escolhe quem vai viver, quem vai morrer. Mas eu tenho discutido também que existe necro-humanidade, necro-meio ambiente, e eu tenho discutido que o parlamento brasileiro também comete não somente ecocídio, na qual o PSOL, o nosso partido, já aprovou na Comissão de Meio Ambiente para tipificar o crime de ecocídio. Semana passada, enquanto acontece a conferência da COP em Baku, enquanto acontece o G20, por exemplo, no nosso estado de Minas Gerais, anistiou o crime de Mariana. Então, o ecocídio não é legal, porque, para nós, não existe morte legal. Eu sou da Comissão Externa, Yanomami. O garimpo ilegal que se tenta aprovar, o desmatamento ilegal, é como se nós validássemos, por meio das leis, também a legalidade da morte. E eu tenho dito que, no território indígena, eu aprendi sobre a velocidade das lutas. Na escola e na universidade, a velocidade da luz. Mas, no Congresso Nacional, a velocidade das leis. Mas existem 1.025 projetos de leis contrários aos povos indígenas e às questões ambientais. Para isso, é preciso urgentemente o Congresso Nacional, que, assim que votou medidas urgentes para Rio Grande do Sul, se vote em medidas urgentes também para a crise climática. No meio de 513 parlamentares, eu fui a única parlamentar a enviar recurso para a Secretaria do Clima no combate e ao enfrentamento, à adaptação e à crise climática hoje no Brasil. No meio de 513 parlamentares, existe uma ala muito negacionista que, na CCJ, na qual eu faço parte, vota projetos o tempo inteiro para tentar autorizar o desmatamento na Amazônia, e nós que sabemos que a Amazônia é o pulmão do mundo, mas no Brasil existem 6 biomas, eu sou do bioma Cerrado, e a Caatinga, que só existe no Brasil. O Brasil é o único país do mundo que tem um nome de árvore, que é Brasil, que vem da Mata Atlântica. Então, é importante também, que eu tenho dito sobre futuricídio, é quando compromete não somente o presente, mas as futuras gerações. E hoje o que se vê também é esse plano de futuricídio. E quando nós falamos de necropolítica, é preciso também reconhecer projetos importantes que estão no Congresso Nacional. Por exemplo, eu tenho uma PEC, que é uma emenda à Constituição Federal Brasileira. Hoje, mais de 20 países já reconhecem, inspirado na Constituição do Equador e da Bolívia, que é para a natureza ser reconhecida como sujeito de direito. Mas, no nosso projeto, tem um diferencial no artigo 6º, que trata a Amazônia, o Cerrado, a Mata Atlântica, o Pantanal, o Pampa, como sujeito de direito. O Pantanal, que queimou mais do que 3 vezes a cidade de São Paulo. Nós que sabemos que a nossa luta não é somente para enfrentar a queimada. A nossa luta é, sobretudo, para a reconstrução. Por isso que, junto com a ministra Sônia e a Articulação Nacional das Mulheres Indígenas, já que Guarani Kaiowá, que está ali também, fala do projeto Reflorestamento. Todo mundo está interessado em reflorestar a terra, só que as pessoas estão desmatadas por dentro. E nós precisamos, urgentemente, reflorestar o Congresso Nacional e reflorestar a política, porque, como diz Davi Copenaua, os povos indígenas evitam a queda do céu. Estamos no parlamento, mas fazendo pelo planeta.
Muito obrigada, Célia, por chamar a atenção para essa palavra hoje tão esquecida, que é coerência, né, entre o que a gente quer e o que a gente, de fato, está fazendo. Passar aqui a próxima pergunta para a Larissa, Engaja Mundo. Larissa, há muito tempo a gente tem visto a juventude brasileira aí tomando a frente em várias lutas, principalmente no enfrentamento à crise climática. Gostaria de te ouvir sobre como que você vê esse movimento, quanto que os jovens, de fato, também estão conseguindo acessar, né, institucionalmente áreas importantes para ter sua voz projetada, e também como que fazer essa mensagem chegar, de fato, na população e conscientizar todo mundo socialmente.
Tá certo. Oi, gente. Boa tarde, primeiramente. Eu acho que também queria começar agradecendo a mesa. Assim, para mim é bem importante estar dividindo essa mesa com 2 mulheres indígenas. Eu, enquanto uma mulher negra do Acre, assim, estar nesse momento falando sobre o meu território também é super importante. E aí, entrando um pouquinho na sua pergunta, né, que é o que as juventudes podem fazer, como que elas são vistas, se elas são escutadas ou não. Hoje eu estou como uma das diretoras do Engajamundo, que é uma das maiores organizações de juventude no Brasil que trabalha com o tema socioambiental. E uma coisa que a gente discute internamente não é necessariamente se as juventudes estão sendo escutadas, mas é como que elas estão sendo escutadas. Que dentro do movimento climático tem um lugar da juventude que é muito boa para o barulho, é muito boa para fazer a foto-oportunidade, mas a gente quer estar presente em todos os espaços. Assim. Então, como é que a gente consegue entender a importância da juventude não só na hora de fazer o barulho, mas também na hora de ter e participar das discussões sérias que estão decidindo sobre o nosso presente e que vão ter repercussão no nosso futuro, assim, que é a gente que vai ter que lidar com isso. E aí, quando a gente pensa sobre como é que a gente consegue trazer mais pessoas para dentro dessa conversa, uma coisa que a gente conversa bastante, e aí eu falo no plural sempre, porque eu acho que é importante também fazer essa distinção, que quando a gente fala de juventude, a gente está falando no plural. Existe uma diversidade enorme de juventudes nesse país.
Diversity of youth in this country, that's a continental dimension country. And myself, who I am from the Acre state, I have a different relation with the climate from one person from Rio de Janeiro, because there is this difference and how we can cope with that as well. And we need to know how we can dialogue in a comprehensible way, how we can create campaigns that can make the debate more accessible, how we can think also of the climate change process in a way that we can make that in a way that's more understandable. And for example, myself, I suffered the fires in Acre. I have to talk with people in a way that they can understand me. For example, when I talk with someone from Rio Grande do Sul, I can talk about the floods and the absurd process we've gone through in there. And then that's how the youth, we are able to provide in a fresher way. We are able to communicate with memes, and which is a language as well. And we need to understand how we can make more simple the conversation that's of interest of we all. It's not something far away from us. It's something of our day-to-day lives. How we, for example, go to our job, what type of vehicle we use, what food we're eating, if we're going to have a house or not, from in the future. So we need to think of this reality in a way that the youth, they can make this communication a little easier. Also, we need to think of the technical debate. That's also important, but we need to have this conversation in a way that we can include all of the people. We need to talk with the people and the youth there. We are able to do so.
Menos blá blá blá, mais tete a tete, né? O Papa Francisco tem uma frase muito bonita.
Speak not much, but we have to do more. Pope Francis says that the youth is the eyes that the future goes into the present. So really need to be open to all that the young people they have to say. Doran
do Google.
From Google. I was telling him that 15 years ago, when I started covering the environment, I was amazed of how Google Earth arrived to the Amazon and other technology that arrived and allowed us to monitor better the forest, and that many indigenous people, they use this technology to protect their territories as well. So Darren, how do you see the role of technology in this path? Especially from Google, from the past to now, in helping the indigenous people in protect their forest, in guaranteeing the sustainability, and also in offering bases so they can get involved in this technology.
Thank you, Vanessa. And first, let me just say how honored I am to be sitting here with such a group of leaders, all very kind of committed to climate action. So you're right. It's part of Google's DNA. And our core belief is that sustainability is something we should all care about. And at Google, we'll be doing a lot on that space. And I think it all ties back to our mission, which is to organize the world's information and make it universally accessible and useful. And obviously, information about climate and environment is key to that. So let me mention briefly a few areas. One is our products. So just imagine that we're now able to send text messages to people in the Amazon, for example, telling them that a river flood is coming their way in 48 hours or in 7 days at times, helping them actually save lives. And this is not science fiction. This is something we're currently doing with our flood hub. So we're taking satellite imageries and we're taking data, like weather data, and with AI, we're able to predict those floods. We're covering already around 100 countries, 700 million people, and we're able to action this. So in Brazil, unfortunately, we all know the tragic events in the southern state of Rio Grande do Sul, and we were able to send text messages there and save lives. Another thing we're doing is partnering with other NGOs in the ecosystem to help them in the area of sustainability. So for example, RIO is a group that holds the biggest bioenvironmental data set here in Brazil. And we help them to go on Google Cloud. And by doing that, they're now open to researchers from around the world. So that's another way to make sure that the biodiversity of Brazil, whether it's plants, animals, the environment overall, is protected, and we're investing in research there. I'll mention two more things. One is on the philanthropic side of things. Google has been investing a lot, donating a lot to NGOs in Brazil. We have Fabio Coelho here, our president for Google Brazil, who is very committed in that area. In the past 9 years alone, we donated $38 million. And one of our donations went to the Foundation to Protect the Amazon. And what we've done there is to create, with this foundation, digital hubs for women, indigenous women in the Amazon, to help them grow their businesses, right? So by doing that, you're able to transform their businesses, help those businesses, and help them grow. So I think there's a lot that we can do together, you know, the different products, different partnerships that we can form on the road to COP30, and we're committed to help in this journey.
Muitas pontes a construir, né, Dora? Obrigada.
We have several bridges to build, right, Dora? So thank you so much. Marciele, a question for you. Marciele, please tell us from your perspective, Doran talked about the women empowering. For example, you are a woman, just as many others that are here present with us. So how do you see the possibility of amplifying and empowering the female voices in indigenous people population and the population as a whole, in this idea of putting the indigenous people in the core, in the board, dialoguing with the decision makers, which is important in regards to the protection of forests? First of all, good afternoon. Karamanian in my language. It's a great pleasure to represent my organization, Akoyabi, which is the organization representing the 9 states of the Brazilian Amazon. And I would like to highlight that for me to be here, I started my path with the Indigenous women movement in my state, in Rondônia state. So to be here in this space as an indigenous woman and as a young person is a great conquest for me, especially for those women who have been ahead of me for a longer time than us. Our grandparents, our parents, and also others that have done this path with Sonia, that's present here, Stella, who is present here. These women, they provided the opportunity to be in these spaces.
the opportunity for us women, Indigenous women, we have when we want to take over this responsibility, because we know how challenging it is to be here ahead of you talking with a microphone, but we know that it's important so that we can make our voice be heard for you, to you. And I was saying before, I was joking, but we observed here that in some years we'll be the ones dominating all the agendas that are being set over us, because we think a lot over the collective. We don't think only on the indigenous people. We think on the next generations that are coming. We think of our families, we think of our people, we think of our territory as well. So today in Coiab, I've been following a lot because before I knew Coiab by what it did, but not the work Coiab had in doing in the States and international level as well. And now we are occupying some spaces. We've had in the COP, we had some indigenous people representing in the COP, in which we had some alliances between the different people that will welcome the next COP. Brazil will welcome the COP 30, and there are other countries that will also welcome in the COP in the future. And we are trying to create these alliances with these people from Australia and the Pacific Islands, because we know it's important to bring these historic and this process, they are suffering as well together with us. So we know that the people living in the Pacific Islands, they've been they are suffering a lot, and we are not aware of what's happening. They have the danger of losing their territory, and this is something that we are really highlighting, that we cannot lose our territory. And our fight flag of Coiab is not only of Coiab, but also the other indigenous organization, is that we want to mark our indigenous territory, that this should be a climate agenda issue, because if we want to talk about that, we need really to fight for our territories and the demarcation of them. And something that I've been mentioning a lot is that we cannot take this responsibility only for us, because we need all of you here present, people watching us, people from the abroad. They need to understand that this is their fight as well. When we talk about the funding, we have a big difficulty to think that this funding arrives to the territories, to our indigenous territories, because they are in the front line of the protection. And we have these different alternatives. By having our organizations directing these resources, we know that our organizations, we are creating our funds to take the bureaucracy away of what is getting this resource, this investment from the state. So we are fighting a lot so we can be heard. We know the difficulty it is from our territories to get this funding, and that's why we are fighting for. And also something that I mentioned during the G20 spaces is that we need to make accountable the leaders. President Lula said, if I'm committing mistakes, I have to make him accountable. And next year we'll be in the COP. We want that the same image that we are selling to the abroad of Brazil concerned about the climate change, he also respect in Brazil, because we don't want to have fuel exploitation, fossil fuel exploitation in Brazil, and we expect this to be ended by COP 30. Another thing, just to finalize, will be in COP 30. We expect before the official event to do a Indigenous COP, because we want to articulate ourselves to know what we as Indigenous people want to do during this COP. And our fight flag is always the demarcation of our boundaries, and we have just launched the campaign with the logo, with the motto, our fight is us, and we'll be having this this motto to fight for. And we are the answer, we are the youth, we are the women, we are together in this fight. Thank you so much.
Nosso tempo
our
acabou,
time
mas eu vou
is
ser um pouco
gone, but
rebelde.
I'll
Vou
be a
colocar
little
minha última pergunta, porque não tem como não ter essa
rebellion,
pergunta,
because I
não
cannot
acontecer.
forget to
O
ask this
governo
question.
brasileiro tem um
The
compromisso
Brazilian
sério
government
de
has a
atingir
commitment of
2030.
zeroing
Então,
the
Célia, para você
deforestation until
finalmente, brevemente,
2030.
quais são as prioridades
So,
para a gente
what
fazer
do you
isso?
think,
E para os
Zelia,
meus
that are
demais
the priorities to
convidados,
do so?
palavras-chave
And
de
for
ação,
the
pensamento
other
para
guests, I would
a
like to
gente
ask you
atingir
some
esse objetivo.
keywords and thoughts so we can achieve this goal. So just as Minister Marina Silva was questioning the National Congress, I think that we need to take away the ambientalist of convenience. We need to think of the indigenous agenda, because we are not only activists. Because activists, we can just give up on doing that when we are threatened, but we cannot give up. We have our lives in this place. And 80% of, there was a headline saying that the 80% of the 50% of the ambientalists who are fighting for this cause are indigenous people who are getting killed. And how can we avoid the Agenda 2030 to not go beyond the 1.5 degrees? We need, just as in the Amazon, because you know that in the Amazon we have 80% of the parliamentaries that are against the environment. So if we're good to take care of the planet, in the Amazon state, we need to occupy the parliament. We need to change this, the parliament. We need to elect indigenous people, and that's why we are the author of the Supreme Electoral Court author, because in next election we have time for the indigenous people in the radio and in the TV. Because if we are beautiful to run for politics, we are good also to lead. We are good to be leaders. We are good to be ministers. We are good to defend our territories. And just, I would like to say that if we are humans, we are the humanity as well. Which one of us we are a tree? If you are a tree, we can be a forest. The Amazon is not the other. The Cerrado is not the other one. We are the Cerrado. We are the Amazon. We have to take care of the forest just as we take care of ourselves. And this way we can have a future guaranteed for our population. And then my father said that first time that he had a clock, he lost it. He lost the time. And we say that the fight to face the feminicide is a fight of combating also the love side, because people are losing the ability to love. We need to take back the ability to love. For example, the shifts of working 6 on 1 days that we are fighting in the Congress now is to make people to be more worthier in their lives. So we are fighting not only for the forest, we are fighting for the other agendas as well. We need to fight together. I want the Brazilian parliament to recognize the indigenous people, the society, as the best players in the game. Nobody recognizes us as the best players. Nobody sees us in this way, because we are that. They say that we cannot score the goal, but we are good to score. Sometimes we cannot be the defense, sometimes we cannot be the goalie, but we know that we can score the goal. Because when we play together, everybody is going to win the match. So when we win it, the humanity wins. Thank you so much.
Palavras-chave, pessoal, para a gente encerrar.
Fica até difícil depois dessa, mas
it's hard to say something after she has just spoken, but in the level of what we need in urgency, I think we need to have these indigenous people demarcation, and we need also some funding. Vulnerabilized groups that are affected by these groups, and these are the community people, organizations, and this is what we need. We need to recognize this territory in the front line of defense, and to do so we need these resources.
Goran?
Yeah, this is indeed a tough act to follow. What I would say is that the technology can play a very, very important role in fighting deforestation. And if I can quickly give a couple of examples. One is to fight wildfire. We know back in 2022, we saw the numbers, 85% of wildfire in Brazil happened in the Amazon. So what we've done in 2023, we launched a wildfire alert. So we're taking real-time satellite data, combine it with AI, and when we see a fire, we can alert the authorities right away. And we can also send alerts through Google Maps and Google Search to the people on the ground and actually save lives. Another thing is transparency. People need to know what's going on here in Brazil at the Amazon. So what we're doing, we have Google Earth Engine, which has a collection of satellite imageries from 35 years. And you can combine and see the trend. And the trend is really bad, right? So people can see deforestation as it works through the satellite imagery. And by that, we can empower action. And the last thing I mentioned, the topic du jour is AI, right? So we're working with an NGO to design real smart AI capabilities that will allow us to find those trees that were harvested in the Amazon in areas where logging is forbidden. So sort of fingerprinting those trees. And by doing that, we hope that we can create real change. And by real change, I mean you can reduce net emissions by 178 ton, right, of greenhouse gases, and this by 2030. And this is 13% of overall Brazil goal. So technology can play a really critical role in fighting deforestation and making sure the Amazon survive for the benefit of the world altogether. Thank you.
Thank you. Marcele, palavras finais.
Eu queria pedir para todo mundo ficar de pé.
Final remarks. I would like for everyone to stand up, please.
E aí a gente vai fazer o grito, que eu acho que é o grito que
and then we'll do the chant, the one that as Indigenous people we do when we claim our rights, which is demarcation. Demarcation.
A resposta.
The answer.
A resposta.
The answer.
E diga o povo que avança.
And that the people advance.
Pessoal, obrigada.
Thank you so much, everybody. Let's go.
Por favor, recebam ativista de justiça climática e integrante do...
Please, let's kindly receive the members of the Treaty of Non-Proliferation of Fossil Fuels.
From the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty Initiative, Tori Tishoy.
Imagine a world where floods wreak havoc on cities, with cars piling up high in the streets. Hurricanes tear through towns where homes are submerged underwater. Wildfires obliterate biodiverse regions teeming with flora and fauna, and extreme heat and drought leads to mass migration, fueling global conflict and insecurity. Now understand that this isn't far-fetched, but a reality we are facing right now. Climate breakdown is here, and we need to be candid about this terrifying reality. What's even more terrifying is that this is our world at 1.5 degrees of warming, which we have surpassed for the very first time this year. Yet 1.5 seems to have become synonymous with complacency. 1.5 is a vital benchmark for so-called safe levels of warming that world leaders agreed to nearly 10 years ago at the COP21 in Paris. 1.5 is anything but safe, and world leaders are failing to achieve the bare minimum with the little time that we have left. Back in 2015, I was reassured that the world was finally on track to ensuring a habitable and prosperous future. Now I grieve this feeling, and I desperately hope for its return. But first, let me be clear. The Paris Agreement was a huge victory, but we cannot rest on the laurels of it in theory. The time for celebrations is over. We need to see it in practice. Yet our governments are not practicing what they preach. They have plans to produce 110% more fossil fuels by 2030 than what is compatible with humanity being able to survive and manage the impacts of climate change. Drill, baby, drill isn't just a political slogan. It's a commonly held policy position of so many climate leaders around the world. Fossil fuel reserves in G20 countries embed over 1 trillion tons of carbon dioxide equivalent greenhouse gases, enough to compromise not only 1.5, but a 2-degree carbon budget. These countries are on track to release 850 billion tons of carbon by 2050, putting the world on track for 2.5 degrees or above. This is a death sentence. These are the nations who boldly committed to the Paris Agreement and agreed to transition away from fossil fuels at COP28 last year. So why are their emissions allowed to rise? You see, despite being seen as the gold standard for climate, the Paris Agreement does not even mention the leading cause of these emissions, the fossil fuel trifecta of coal, oil, and gas. Fossil fuels were only mentioned for the first time in UNFCCC processes last year in Dubai. So while transitioning away from fossil fuels was a historic and important signal, it was surrounded by many loopholes, and many countries have continued with expansion. But what good is signing a treaty when many countries and companies are still allowed to expand fossil fuel production? It's not a transition if we are still growing the problem. The issue is not simply that nations are failing to adhere to the Paris Agreement, but the Paris Agreement needs a complementary framework to ensure that its vital targets are kept alive. In case it needs reiterating, fossil fuels are weapons of mass destruction, causing catastrophic climate disasters from Valencia to Bogota and fueling violence across the world from Sudan to Gaza. The science couldn't be clearer that there must be no new fossil fuel projects. But currently, there is no global framework to manage a transition away from fossil fuels. Efforts within the UNFCCC have been difficult for almost 30 years because it is a universal, consensus-based treaty. Currently, any major fossil fuel producer can block efforts to explicitly address coal, oil, and gas in current climate negotiations. This is why we urgently need a fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty to help meet the goals of the Paris Agreement. A fossil fuel treaty has 3 key pillars. Number 1, end the expansion of fossil fuel extraction. 2, wind down production in keeping with the science. And 3, accelerate a global, fair and financed transition to distributed renewable and sustainable energy sources and other low-carbon solutions. And this momentum for a treaty is growing stronger by the day. We are now spearheaded by 14 countries from the Pacific, Caribbean, Southeast Asia, and Latin America. This even includes Colombia, a major fossil fuel producer, and a global movement backed by thousands of civil society organizations and institutions, including the World Health Organization, the European Parliament, faith leaders, indigenous nations across the Amazon, trade unions, academics, Nobel Prize laureates, and youth activists, including myself. 32 years ago, before I was even born, world leaders gathered here in Rio for the Earth Summit. This is where the UNFCCC and our international effort to stop climate change was born. But since then, G20 nations have extracted fossil fuels responsible for 73% of global emissions. However, with a fossil fuel treaty, we are working towards a new era where we fight to protect what we love from these threats, where we create powerful binding agreements to leave coal, oil, and gas in the ground, and where we scale international cooperation and finance to manage the transition where every worker, community, and country can flourish. The Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty offers us a path forwards and is reigniting that hope which began in Paris nearly 10 years ago. So join us in working towards keeping 1.5 alive. Thank you. Obrigada.
Por favor, recebam Jim Litton, presidente do Banco Asiático de Investimento em
Please let's
Infraestrutura,
welcome Jim Litton, the president of the Bank of Infrastructure, the European Climate Foundation, Julia Forlani, a specialist in strategic partnership, and Maria Neto, the executive director of the Institute of Climate and Society.
Boa tarde a todas, todos, todes. I will
Good
speak in
afternoon
English
to all.
that speaks mostly English. And we have Jing Ling, the president of Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, Laurence Tubiana, the CEO of the European Climate Foundation, and Julia Forlani, strategic partnership specialist at the Amazônia Mais 21 Institute. This panel here, we are going to be talking about the climate finance, which is, as we discussed before here in the previous panels, the key topic, as Ministra Marina was mentioning, of the COP29. Along with the G20 currently, a lot of the conversations on the climate finance is how we can also consider reforms on the architecture of finance in general, to address climate change and also promote just transition, considering particularly the need for scaling significantly finance for climate for those who are most vulnerable and poorest. I will start with you, President Jim. We know that the AIIB is one of the largest multilateral banks today, working on over 100 countries, and that the bank, being a AAA bank, has been playing a very important role in scaling investments, particularly on infrastructure. The MDBs at the COP29 had made now an announcement that they want to scale their finance for middle-income and low-income countries to 120 billion by 2030. I would like to ask you, while there is climate finance increasing, what do you think is needed in terms of reforms of the global financial system, and what has been effective and what not so much?
Thank you very much. As you all know, we are faced with the climate change challenge and other challenges faced by humanity. And all this requires certainly the financial resources support. And where does these resources come from? First of all, I would say the governmental institutions, the MDBs, and the private sector all work together to provide sufficient amount of resources. In my view, ultimately, resources come from the reform. Reform of the governments, reform of the multilateral development institutions. Without reform, it would be almost impossible to increase the financing, to mobilize more financial resources to deal with climate change, the clear and present danger faced by the humans. Now, as you know, the challenge faced by the multilateral development banks over the last 80 years is that on the one hand, they have contributed substantially to the development, reconstruction of all those economies. On the other hand, they keep asking for money from their shareholders. Every 7, 8, or no more than 10 years, they have to knock on the door of the shareholders asking for more money. And this is, in my view, not sustainable. That's why we in AIIB would like to work out a new program and based on our governance structure so that we would be able to mobilize our resources and expand the capital base on our own. But important issue is that all of these MDBs are faced with such, I think, sense of responsibility. We need to reform our institutions so that we should work at the system and do more for the climate change.
Thank you so much. Laurence, you are one of the architects of the Paris Agreement. We have this big challenge of getting to the 10 years of Paris Agreement next year, hopefully here in Brazil, in Belém. And we have also been seeing you advocating a lot for the importance of developed countries to take responsibility on the financial support to developing countries. In this context, we have next year a big year, because it's a year that will be discussing the replenishment of IDA, which is basically the resources that are needed for the low-income countries. And I would like to know from your perspective, what do you think needs to happen for this trust and this shift of responsibility to happen, and how you see IDA playing an important role also for the climate convention?
Well, when you look at the actual situation, that is the debt issue for now so many countries, so many developing countries. On top of that, climate impacts are increasing in a dramatic way this burden of the debt. Look at what happened in Barbados recently and in Caribbean with the Beryl terrible catastrophe. These countries were already indebted to build infrastructure that was destroyed once again by these catastrophes. So there is a vicious circle there. And either, in my view, we don't have so many concessional, even grants element in the ODA in general, and in particular in the multilateral framing. And that's why IDA has a very, very important role, because it is a resource that should not, never create debt, and really offer for the less developed country a capacity to really use finance in a sustainable way. Because for the moment, in a way, we are forgetting these ideas of sustainable debt. I think because of so many problems at world level, we are just ignoring this situation of debt. And we will only look at the share of the budget that the number of developing countries are really just concentrating to pay the service of the debt against education and health and, of course, transition. So you see there is a big contradiction there. We are talking about new development model, energy transition, resilience, at the same time where countries cannot even do anything but pay their debt. So I think either role, and that's very important as replenishment goes until the end, and that's why I'm campaigning as much as I can for that, because these concessional and grant resources are so scarce. And that's why I think it's important that they are used in the good way. We should not mess the different objective, and either should be concentrated on this element, not creating debt for countries and really allowing them just to have a breeze. They need that. And that's why I think the mobilization of private sector should not use these funds to de-risk. I think we have many windows. Look at in the World Bank windows of the MIGA, for example, or IFC. We have many resources that should be really dedicated to mobilizing private capital. But not this one is a precious resource. Fiscal space is limited more and more in many developed countries. I think the replenishment looks good, and we have many countries that have come to the support of IDA, but I think it's a priority to say how we create, and I certainly will come back to that problem, how we create resource transfer without creating debt, which would be, if we think about climate resilient countries, we should have that as a priority.
So very important messages here. We need actually to talk about reforms of the MDBs themselves and not just necessarily about more money, but also the type of money that we are talking about, particularly when countries are poorer and over-indebted, is very important. So we have to be very careful about the concessionality and climate finance not creating more debt. Júlia, passando para você agora, no contexto mais amazônico, pensando também aqui nas oportunidades no Brasil. Qual o papel que você acha, falando agora do setor privado, que é possível o setor privado ter para alavancar financiamento e investimentos na Amazônia, e, em particular, no caso da Amazônia Mais 21, o papel que a indústria pode ter também para o desenvolvimento da região?
Obrigada, Maria. Bom, quando a gente está falando, né, do papel
So when we talk about the role of the industry, we're talking about green industrializations, and we have two movements. One is the adaptation. How do we transform this industry so that it can replace the current fossil fuels being used? How can it become less toxic, and also to look at the circulation of these elements? So it is important to look at sustainability and finance the creation of new businesses, a new industry, green industries, and especially the capacity that the industry has to look at these elements and so to look at climate change and the situation that we're in now, it is important that we look at more in an environment of like the Amazon that has many challenges, and to look at a new model and a new kind of industrialization that promotes bioeconomy and reforestation at a larger scale. So it is extremely important that we look at these financial mechanisms like the blended finance that has been a tool to mix different capitals, the philanthropic capital and also the commercial capital and also the sovereign capital, so that these resources reach the most needed areas, such as the most needed businesses in the Amazon that faces many risks. There's a lot of potential to create impact, socioeconomical, socio-environmental impact, especially for the inhabitants of the forest that protect our forest. So together with the Amazon 21, we have been developing this tool. We want to help these small businesses to face these challenges in regions like the Amazon. And especially what we need is that this capital is patient, conscious, and it is a capital that respects the time of the forest. Thank you. That's an important message.
Mas também como diferentes recursos podem ser misturados para tratar de riscos e poder escalar também os pequenos negócios que estão também tão importantes como reformas de países. President Jean, AIIB is organizing next year the Financing Common, which is the largest public banks getting together in the world. It's about 500 public banks, if I'm not wrong, about 12 trillion assets in investments, meeting in the next G20, which is going to be South Africa. What do you think is there in South Africa and the Financing Common that could move on in the things we were discussing here, the blended finance, the reforms of the MDBs, but also the improvements in the international architecture?
Financing commons is very much important to mobilize the private sector resources across the world to deal with the development challenges and, in particular, climate change. We work with Agence Française de Développement. We co-host this meeting in South Africa, who is going to be the chair of the G20 next year. So I think it's very much important for us to deliver a strong message to the whole world that the public sector and private sector should work together to mobilize as much resources as possible for that purpose.
Thank you, President Jean. Laurence, you mentioned about other sources of finance, and precisely that maybe with the traditional source of finance that come with risk and returns and commercial requirements may not be sufficient or actually the best way to resolve some of the big needs we have for climate finance. Could you talk a bit about the ideas you have been championing with regards to levies and global levies for promoting additional resources to address climate change?
Thank you for the question, Maria, because I do think that it's a moment, even if it looks like a taboo to talk about international levies and taxes, this is a moment to really be serious. We don't have the space, the fiscal space in many countries to address the needs that we have been really, really well documented since the last 3 or 4 years. We know that we need this 1.3 trillion at least from the international community to developing countries' development. So, and at the same time, there is really a justice problem. Look at the profit that the oil and gas company has done. I remember this number, you know, when Russia invaded Ukraine, the profit of the oil and gas company in general were quadrupled. They reached from 1 trillion to 4 trillion of profit, not business. And then, at the same time, the subsidies for, you know, consumption of fossil fuel reached 7 trillion, if I refer to the IMF numbers for 1 year. So each year we spend 7 trillion almost just to compensate for that. So there is really a privatization of benefits and the socialization of the cost, really, because of course this is the bulk of the emission that really are producing climate change. So justice first, and because in a way this principle of who the ones who pollute should pay It's exactly the reverse which is happening. The people who are affected pay for the people who don't pay what they should do. So an element of justice first. The second one is, so we need new resources, in particular, thinking about adaptation, thinking about even the transition, loss and damage. I was referring to this catastrophe in carbon, but it happened everywhere all the time, just in Brazil this year. So how we get this funding of loss and damage and adaptation, which will not be brought by private sector. That's not true. So we need public resources, but at the same time, public resources that doesn't produce debt. So there are really different families we can look for. Of course, one is, of course, the big transport flows like aviation and maritime. There is, of course, the oil and gas sort of product extraction. And at the same time, we have used in some countries, almost 30 now, tax on financial flows. And there are, of course, this, what Brazil is really championing, which is a tax on the very 1% wealthiest people. And you know, remember, when you look at the carbon footprint, the polluter pay principle, 1% of the wealthiest people in the world emit as much as 66% of the poorest population at the world level. So element of justice, and that's why we need an international effort. No country can do that alone. We need an international effort, a cooperation, and I hope, I still doubting that we'll see some elements of reference in the G20 communique at the end of the leaders. I hope COP29 will recognize the need to work on innovative finance. I know that Brazil is pushing for that because we have a task force now with 17 countries, and Brazil is a champion of it. And I hope, by the way, that in South Africa we will advance on that, because we need these resources, additional, predictable, and that doesn't create debt. So that is absolutely central if we want to advance with more justice, given, again, that the ones who are paying the cost of climate change are not the ones, finally, who have caused it.
Very good. E, Júlia, a gente está sentado aqui, voltando, né? Ainda estão acontecendo as
Julia, we are
negociações.
seated here and have some negotiations happening in Baku, but how do you see the progress in G20 in the next 2 days, helping this dialogue on the climate finance and also all the other topics? Actually, the president of our institute is coming back from Baku, and that's why I'm representing him here in this event. I think that in the G20 agenda, we create some founding mechanisms and have two agendas that are very important. The first one is the difficulty that many of these multilateral funds have to address the resources to the global south, to the emerging countries, which are the countries that suffer the most with the climate change and need the most these resources. That's why we need to think on the in the front line, those who are who need to have the junctions of the investment and generate some rentability and create some theory of change that generates the social impact that's positive and generates the development in the territory. Another thing, another important topic that will be fundamental, not only for G20, but for COP30 agenda, is to reinforce the importance of the agenda of carbon, so we can neutralize the carbon. At the same time, we can work with the poverty agenda. This is a very found agenda for the development countries, and we can make the transformation that we need without combating both of things. We cannot just have net zero and combat the poverty.
Muito obrigada. President Jim, as a last word, we have now G20 leaders the next 2 days negotiating. What would you leave as a message to them that we would hope from their 2 days final negotiations on scaling the climate finance and the reforms?
We are committed to provide as much resources as possible to support the common cause. And given our reform efforts and working with other MDBs, we can mobilize more resources from the capital base we have. So I think we can all deliver the number which will not be disappointing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Então vamos lá, esperemos que a mensagem seja pelo menos não ser disappointing. Obrigado a todos.
Thank you so much. We expect the message not to be disappointing. And we go to the next panel. Thank you so much.
Por favor, recebam Rodrigo Medeiros, líder sênior da RIO.
Please welcome Rodrigo Medeiros, the leader senior of RIO, ao trabalho de Pará Governor, Sônia Guajajara, the Minister of Indigenous People of Brazil, Tassiana Medeiros, the President of Boca Brazil, Artista Mazoli Oliveira, the National Secretary of Football and Defense of the Cheering Rights, and André Corrêa Lago, Ambassador and Secretary of Climate, Energy and Environment.
Acho que a gente pode sentar, né?
I think we can sit, right?
Muito boa tarde a todos vocês que estão nessa tarde maravilhosa aqui no Rio de Janeiro. Felizmente a chuva...
Good afternoon to you all. It looks like we didn't see the rain. The beautiful city keeps being beautiful in this afternoon. I have the privilege of welcoming my partners, moderating this board, 100% Brazilian, 100% in our land. I know that everyone needs and wants to know from the main topic that has dominated our minds in the past months, which is the COP30 that will arrive to Brazil next year. We have this panel, very rich panel, very good panel. We can divide with you and these figures, how this preparation has been and how the expectations have been and what we can expect that will happen next year. And in this conference of climate in Brazil. And I would like to thank the presence of all of you in this afternoon. We have this chat. And I would like to start with Minister Sônia.
Já postou? Então tá bom. Bom, Ministra Sônia, querida...
Minister Sônia, my friend, Brazil, the first indigenous people minister in Brazil, we always repeat that this is the importance of, Célia has mentioned about the importance of having this leadership, and we repeat that ever and ever. And arriving to Brazil to lead this discussion, this is very meaningful to us. So I'd like to hear from you how this presence of the voices of indigenous people can help us to modulate this discussion, how this presence will be done, what are the expectations you have for this COP in the Amazon in Brazil. Hello, you all. Good afternoon. Hazekanuka. I'd like to greet all my colleagues, Tassiana, my dear friend who is in this plenary. This plenary that's wonderful because being here in this afternoon of the Sundays that you are really interested in what's happening here, of hearing what's going on, to participate on what's going on. And I'd like to say that COP30 is a big expectation for us, not only to Brazil, but also to the world. Many people say that the cup of Baku would be empty because everybody is always getting ready to Belém, but we saw how people, they went there, 70,000 people, and then we were asking ourselves, imagine Belém, 70,000 people will be there. So here, how many people have want to come to Brazil, want to come to the Amazon, and want to come to have these concrete outcomes. And we expect this COP to be something in which the decisions can be concretized in a way that is being demanded in the climate crisis.
The indigenous participation is certainly going to be the biggest participation we'll have in the whole history of the COP. We always have this process of the indigenous participation from 2009 to now, in which we retook the participation of these conferences, and we had the participation in a minimal way. 3 indigenous people, 5 indigenous people participating, and from then on, last year we had in Dubai the biggest indigenous delegation of all the times. And even that, we only had 300 indigenous people from all over the world. It was the biggest indigenous delegation of Brazil. And then we had an average of 100 indigenous people from Brazil. And for Belém, we expect this number to be 50 times bigger, because other than the mobilization, the participation of indigenous people as civil society, we are working so that we can increase this indigenous participation within the space of Blue Zone, the official space we have. And also we are working to the fourth category of negotiation. And for that, we are exercising from now on. We are with initiative, that's the Indigenous Protection Program, and we exercise in COP16 in the biodiversity. That happened some days ago in Colombia. And there, the indigenous participation, the representatives of these courses in the articulation with the External Affairs Ministry and the Environmental Ministry. Thank you so much, Minister, for being here. And the Ministry of the Indigenous People, we were able to have this big conquest. And we needed to create this subsidiary group, permanent group, in the environment of the biodiversity. This group that was created 32 years ago, and now is a provisional group. And we are able to make that a permanent group. And the other discussion we did was the inclusion of Afro-descendants that have a compatible living cost with the society, so that they can be recognized in the biodiversity. We exercise this participation. The indigenous people, they talked with the negotiators, and for COP30, we want those who are creating the course, they should be direct present with us, and they should be in the negotiations rooms, so that they can help subsidy the decision making. And it's a COP that we expect that we have some legacy, and the legacy are not only to discuss the government policy, but the indigenous target should be, in fact, a global policy in which we have the indigenous people land demarcation that should be inserted in a policy, global policy, with the combat of climate crisis. So the list will be with us, recognizing the indigenous people, the participation of the indigenous people, so that together we can face the climate crisis, we can protect the environment, the biodiversity, and even the ways of life in all over the world of the people.
Obrigado, ministra.
Thank you so much, Minister.
Governador.
Governor.
Bom, havia ou ainda há,
there was, or there is, some skepticism in the realization of performance of the COP in Belém. The same minister, she mentioned that, but we know that how your work has your government has worked in the partnership with the President Lula and the MTI, the MBA, and we have several people from the executive, so this COP can be successful. So please tell us what you can tell us of news of the preparations for the Belém COP to host this event next year. So I would like to thank Global Citizen for this invitation, and especially for the opportunity of participating in this panel with so many good people and with this extraordinary audience. I would like to
greet those who are here with us in this moment. I would like to say that Brazil had the courage of taking a decision out of what would be the current practice. Always in the history of this country, the big events, the big moments, they happened in the cities. They had some structure. They had the tradition of welcoming people and big moments. Rio de Janeiro is seeing this in this week, in the G20 week, São Paulo or Brasilia. But we're not talking about a common event. We're talking about the biggest discussion event, the discussion of the climate changes in the planet. And we cannot look at this event to the 2 weeks we have in this place. We're talking about the content and the message Brazil desires to build and to leave as a legacy to the history and the history of humanity. And that's why we need the courage of President Lula to have accepted this challenge, the challenge presented by the governors of the Amazon, by the consortium of the governors, the courage of understanding that it would not be something of easy. We don't want to do the same thing of the same. We want to do something of different.
We would like to show leaders that after 2 COPs, it's time to regain the essence of COP, to have the COP for the first time in the Amazon, in the forest. This is essential. And I have been saying this, Rodrigo, because I have a lot of prejudice, you know, there's a lot of prejudice. People think we're not ready for this. But I say that people who go to COP as tourists, or, you know, to go to a 6-star hotel, they have already had the opportunity in Dubai, and now they have the opportunity in Baku. But people who really want to discuss about the environment, to look the indigenous people in the eye, to be in the forest, instead of big buildings. Let's meet our trees and our initiatives. So people who wanted to go as tourists, they already had the opportunity in the previous COPs. But people who want to discuss the environment, they're going to be in the most important one of all, in Belém, because this is the potence that we need to believe in. So having said that, of course, we have a lot of responsibility to build a structure that leaves a legacy. So it's important that we have a partnership with the federal government, which has allowed the cancellation of the opportunity of the event to leave a legacy to the city of Belém. And in general numbers, we're talking about public investment from resources from the state and the union, close to 6 billion reais in the infrastructure, in the urban infrastructure of our capital of Belém. We don't have a history of this kind of investment, not even per inhabitant. There is no city in this country at this moment with such great investment. Therefore, the strategies of this infrastructure that seeks to leave a legacy, so we'll assure we have a better public transport. It used to have the worst public transport in Brazil. In the next 6 months, out of 1,000 buses that we're going to remodel and give them new buses. So a lot of infrastructure work is being done. The greatest plan for urban parks, beautiful urban parks and other infrastructure projects. So people who will visit the city, it will give the inhabitants of the city great pride. So I would like to say that the city will have great legacy. So we'll be able to look at the atmosphere of the Amazon to better welcome people. And of course, the strategy of hospitality, which is a great questioning that is done. So solutions that go from ships that will be offered. Around 5,000 beds will be provided in ships as part of the strategy of hospitality, which will improve the channel of navigation in Belém. It will allow Belém to be in the calendar of cruise ships of Brazil. So we're talking about temporary vacational rentals. So Airbnb had around 700 housing registered. So right now it's over 4,000. So look at how the society there is looking at this opportunity that will distribute income. So because the owners of these houses will have these opportunities. About high-ranking hotels, Belém only had about 2, and now new ones are being built. So this legacy of better quality hotels will be created for the population. Schools are being adapted that will be left as high-quality schools for the population. And different other infrastructures for heads of state. There will be a village, a simulation of a village to give ambience to the indigenous peoples that will be in an area of environmental park with all of this atmosphere of an indigenous village that will be put there in order for us to give better ambience for the indigenous people there. So I'm telling you, the baton is being passed on to us, and I'm certain that Brazil will be very proud to do the COP of the forest, the Amazon COP, and then we'll move on to not only discuss cities, but to discuss solutions for the environment and what legacy of the forest will leave for the future of humanity.
Obrigado, governador. Deixa eu passar aqui para o embaixador André.
Thank you, Governor. So, the ambassador, you have the floor. Just a few days ago, all of us, we were in Baku, but now you're back here. And I know that in just a few days after G20 is over, you and Minister Marina will return to Baku in order to accompany these negotiations. So I would like to talk to you about this. COP29 is still happening. This is the second week. We're opening the second week of negotiations. I would like to hear, Ambassador, from your perspective, what can we expect of the results in the negotiations that are happening there and that will go into the second week? And how can we look at how this can affect for the next year, the COP for next year? Well, first of all, thank you so much for being here. Very well accompanied. I would like to say that COP Baku has been suffering the expectation for Belém, because everybody's really expecting that the COP in Belém will be exceptional, and I completely agree with that. But Baku has a mandate. Baku needs to achieve an advancement in financing. That is always the most difficult part of these negotiations. Actually, I like to say that in 1992, I worked here at Rio 92. And at that time, Governor, people used to say, Rio cannot accommodate this conference. It's not going to work. This is not going to be able to happen. All the consulates here, they were nervous. There's not going to be enough hotels. But, you know, it was a great success in the end. And at the end of negotiations, the most complicated thing was financing. But the legacy was extraordinary and put Brazil on a map which Belém will strengthen for the next generation. So Baku is probably, of course, a very important COP of transition, but that needs to find advancement in financing. You know, that thing about 6 million per year that all these countries had promised and have not achieved this value, and they need to define a new value. And this is extremely essential because of this climate urgency. And in recent years, we're looking at the climate urgency. So if there is this kind of urgency, of course, there needs to be urgency for financing. Because how can we ask these countries to look at health, and how can they dedicate to these changes that are necessary in all economies of the world? So I really hope that Baku will be able to do that. It has advanced in the carbon market, Baku, which was a huge frustration in the past because it was not happening. So I believe Baku will leave the necessary legacy so we can turn Belém, the copy Belém, one that is unforgettable.
Bom, já que a gente tocou no tema do financiamento, que é tema super importante.
Since we touched on the topic of financing, which is extremely important for the future of climate, and how. So I would like to ask Tacena Medeiros, I'd like to hear from you. How does the private sector? What is the expectation, how it has been acting in the COP30 and financial institutions, how they can influence an adaptation of renewable energies, sustainable energy in this scenario, because we need a lot of mitigation and adaptation for sure. Rodrigo, thank you so much. Thank you, Global Citizen. It's an honor to be here in this panel with my dear mates, with Governor Elder. I almost called you minister. So guys, there's something I would like to bring a perception here. I worked in Pará, I lived in Belém, I lived there for 2 years. Everybody that talks about the structure of Belém, they forget that Belém has already 2 million people passing by in Nazaré, and with all this infrastructure that the governor announced, it will double, around 4 million next year, so let's prepare for the 2025 one. First of all, we need to remember that we're completing 10 years of the Paris Agreement, and Brazil has a unique opportunity to protagonize, to host, how we can organize the new COP. What are the normative basis for this new meeting? Because the financing is necessary, the engagement is necessary of financial institutions, and I would say that you can do a little bit of what the Bank of Brazil is already doing. When we have in Brazil the world's most sustainable bank, it's not just on paper. There's criteria, environmental governance criteria. So when we seek this position, we have this commitment to call the market. So every company that is able to collaborate, every private company can collaborate in their own position, but doing more and better than what they already do. So it's necessary to observe the sustainability of businesses in all actions, in all that is done. The Bank of Brazil this year launched in the market the first guidance ISG in the financial system. This financial system works with goals that companies are committed to address, and they declare publicly. So historically, we only work with financial guides. So understanding that this year the financial will not exist without sustainability, without having, especially in the case of Brazil, this kind of nature that can continue to produce and to lend, to loan the financing with necessary responsibility. So to enable the small producers, for them to have enough, to have a sustainable kind of agriculture. So we have a sustainable transition of energy. Our country has 93% of the energy matrix that is already sustainable. So we are already an example for the world. They have been talking about more about how we do things in Brazil. We need to talk more about how we do things. So to bring more private companies in their own positions. Together with one initiative, we need to stop working in isolation because the proposal is huge. Companies are made of people. And when the climate change, the company doesn't suffer. It's the people. We suffer together. So to work sustainably, to foster bioeconomic projects, we have been together with the government of Pará and all these initiatives to take care of the small producer, but to enable these producers, small and medium producers, to hire the services to hire their service. So we're working in a chain of value in order to bring the whole civil society, the whole private society together for this goal. So I really believe that all of us together, we're much better than the individual action of people. So first of all, acting is step one, but to act collectively is ideal. So we need to put together these efforts. Where we act, this invitation is essential. So other companies come together so that the civil society participates. Yesterday, when President Lula spoke, he said that people united will never lose. When people are united, they will never lose. This was so. This has been an example of bringing people to the summit of the event to look at what people expect that this event will be, and which connects to the copy. So the eyes of the world are turned to Brazil, so we cannot miss this opportunity. So, Governor, I'm sure of the legacy that will be left in Belém. And then from there, there will be another level of COP. There will be another level of G20, of course, after this one also. But a social G20, I don't really believe that another one will happen. We need to include more the social, when we're able to feed the hungry, when everyone can have financial dignity, when we're able to reduce the social abyss, I'm sure that we'll have a more conscious people, a more collaborative people that demands this from the private sector, as they demand of us, and we play this role with pride. I'll leave a final remark. People here at this panel, we care. That's why we're here, because we care. Thank you so much.
Obrigado, Tassi. Bom, agora vou entrar num jargão diferente. Deixa eu rolar a bola.
Now, with a new jargon, let me pass the ball to Artisso. He played in Germany, in Italy, in many places, but he'll always be an idol, a black and white idol. So thank you for being here. So here at this panel, we're talking about COP and climate change. So the million-dollar question is, why will COP not renew with Flamengo? Is the climate hot? Do we want to cool it down? What's happening? Well, leaving that aside, Artisso has been nominated as Secretary of Football. He's involved in campaigns that will look at the sporting community, how we can mobilize the sporting community to engage people. So I would like you to tell us a little bit about your new endeavor. So I would like you to tell us a little bit about this new mission and how you see the importance of this engagement, because we don't connect how sport is actually connected to our planet, and it suffers with climate change. First of all, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for the opportunity to be part of this incredible panel. It's wonderful to be here. Me as a former athlete, it's extremely pleasurable to be here in sport. So here I'm in the National Secretariat of Football, and I'm extremely grateful for being here to talk about climate change. As we know, on the soccer pitch, we know how it works. But I would like to thank Rodrigo for this invitation, for this shirt. Terra Futebol Clube has a huge concern in sport and football in order to improve, so we can improve more in football to reduce climate change. For us athletes, we know that, for instance, we saw at this championship that they had to, the players had to stop twice to hydrate because here in Rio it was extremely hot, so they had two breaks in order to hydrate. So that's why I'm here today, in order to talk about how important it is, how important our club is, the former athlete is, the current athlete is, because the athlete inspires, the athlete is a reference, and I get quite touched talking about this. Because, for example, Felipe from Flamengo, he was a huge inspiration for me when I was a player. So it's a great joy to be here. Because I never, as a player, I never knew how I would touch someone. But when you are able to touch someone, that's when you know that you left a legacy. Not only as a professional, but as a citizen. And that's why we have this responsibility in sport, in order to increase more and more in clubs the responsibility to put solar panels, in order to understand how important the voice of the athlete is. The athlete is a reference. I remember Ronaldo, when he shaved his head, I remember all kids wanted to be like him. They wanted to shave their heads. And then you see Gabigol when he does that little move. So athletes need to understand how important they are. So us from the Ministry of Sport, we have many partnerships. Today, the Ministry of Women, Zero Femicide, the campaign of empty chairs, the misogyny, and today with the Minister Guajajara. We know that the Minister of Sport, we know what it can reach.
We're going to host the Women's Soccer Cup, and then it's the great possibility to have a big legacy for our country, and that's why today, myself, I'm always at the availability of the clubs or the confederations, so that we can face hunger, poverty, because sport is able to reach somebody on the other side. The athlete is a reference, and when they came, they asked me to come here. I asked myself, what can I contribute to this board with so many people, important people? I'm talking about sports. I'm talking about one of the biggest tools soccer has to transform people into a new life. And today I am a reference within the sport. It's a great joy for me to represent this page, to look for partnerships and the improvement of our country, so we can reach the children, children from the poverty, take them away from poverty in the place where they don't have opportunity, and offer them opportunity by means of the sports and education. So it's a great satisfaction to me. Some Flamengo greetings to all those who are Flamengo fans. Flamengo has just been a champion, and thank you so much for this opportunity of being here. Thank you so much, Atirson. And thank you so much for closing this panel. And I would like to ask who is willing to go to Belém in COP30. Thank you so much.
Recomeçaremos em 15 minutos. We will resume in 15 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we will resume in 15 minutes. Senhoras e senhores, recomeçaremos em 15 minutos. Teremos um pequeno intervalo. Por favor, ocupem seus assentos.
Please have your
Recomeçaremos
seats.
agora.
We'll start right now.
Distinguished guests, please take your seats. The program will resume now. Por favor, recebam no palco Ginga Tropical. Please, welcome to the stage Ginga Tropical.
Minha voz eternecida, já adoro seus brasões, na expressão mais comovida das mais ardentes canções.
Também na beleza desse céu, onde azul é mais azul, na aquarela do Brasil eu cantei de norte a sul.
Mas agora o teu cantar, meu Brasil quer escutar nas preces da sertaneja, nas ondas do rio mar.
Oh, esse rio turbilhão, entre selvas de rojão, continente a caminhar.
No céu, no mar, na terra, canta Brasil. No céu, no mar, na terra, canta Brasil, canta Brasil. Iraue, iraue, oraue, iraue, maraue, maraue, maraue. Munduruku, Yanomami, Javaé, Desana, Catuquina, Saiteré, Maué, Soé, chama dessa tribos do Brasil. Caxinauá, Escariana, Potiguar, Maru, Puticuna, Carajó, Caipó, Marajó, Toraçuria, Suruí, Paeté, Uaurá. Tenho a cara pintada, a alma azulada de um povo aguerrido, de um povo valente, de um povo guerreiro, de um povo Brasil. A cara pintada, a alma azulada de um povo aguerrido, de um povo valente, de um povo guerreiro, de um povo Brasil.
Marauê, marauê, marauê,
Brasil.
Marauê, marauê, marauê.
Brasil. Apurinã, Tupiniquim, Tupinambá, Paniuarauá, Avacaroeiro, Curucuru, Curipaco, chama dessa tribos do Brasil. Para um Tintim, Coroba, Tumaí, Tubalalá, Pataxó, Pacararu, Zoró, Craô, Manaú, Chavante, Guarani, Guaiana, Chucuru, Cariri. Tenho a cara pintada, a alma azulada de um povo aguerrido, de um povo valente, de um povo guerreiro, de um povo Brasil. A cara pintada, a alma azulada de um povo aguerrido, de um povo valente, de um povo guerreiro, de um povo Brasil.
Marauê, marauê, marauê,
Brasil.
Marauê, marauê, marauê.
Brasil.
Marauê, marauê, marauê,
dança, tribos Brasil.
A garça namoradeira namora o malandro do burro. Eles passam a tarde inteira causando o maior rebu. Na doca do ver o peso no meio do pitiu, no meio do pitiu, no meio do pitiu, no meio do pitiu, no meio do pitiu. Eu fui dançar carimbó lá no ver o peso, urubu sobrevoando, eu logo pude prever. Parece que vai chover, parece que vai chover. Depois que a chuva passar vou cantar carimbó pra você. No meio do pitiu, 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 no meio do pitiu.
Ginga tropical. O negro samba, o negro joga capoeira. Ele é o rei da verde rosa na mangueira. O se anuncia. Veja o despertar da natureza. Olha amor, quanta beleza. O domingo de alegria no Rio, colorido pelo sol. As morenas na praia que gingam no samba e no meu futebol. No Rio, colorido pelo sol. As morenas na praia que gingam no samba e no meu futebol. Liberdade, liberdade, abra as asas sobre nós. E que a voz da igualdade seja sempre a nossa voz. Liberdade, liberdade, abra as asas sobre nós. E que a voz da igualdade seja sempre a nossa voz. Ok, oh, só assim faz nossa gente sambar. Ok, Natal, Portela é canto no ar. Ok, oh, só assim faz nossa gente sambar. Ok, Natal, Portela é canto no ar.
Cidade maravilhosa, cheia de cantos mil. Cidade maravilhosa, coração do meu Brasil. Cidade maravilhosa, cheia de cantos mil. Cidade maravilhosa, coração do meu Brasil. Berço do samba e das lindas canções que vivem na alma da gente. És o altar dos nossos corações que cantam alegremente. Cidade maravilhosa, cheia de encantos mil. Cidade maravilhosa, coração do meu Brasil. Cidade maravilhosa, cheia de encantos mil. Cidade maravilhosa, coração do meu Brasil. É o ginga tropical.
Quem se importa? Se vai ter água potável?
Eu me importo.
Se vai vir chuva?
Eu me importo.
Ou se virá chuva demais? Quem se importa?
Eu.
Quem se importa se as pessoas são respeitadas?
Eu me importo.
Se o mundo está adotando energias renováveis? Se estamos olhando não só para a Amazônia, mas para todos os nossos biomas?
Eu me importo.
A gente se importa.
A gente, que faz parte do banco mais sustentável do planeta, se importa. É por se importar com eles, com elas, com toda a forma de vida, que a gente apoia projetos que diminuem a emissão de carbono, que a gente fala de um jeito que todo mundo entende, que a gente tem mulheres na nossa liderança. E é por se importar que a gente abraça a sustentabilidade, não só no meio ambiente, mas nos nossos negócios e na vida das pessoas. Sabe quem mais se importa com isso?
Eu me importo.
Eu.
Tchê.
A gente.
Eu.
Eu me importo.
A gente se importa. Se você também se importa, junte-se a nós. Banco do Brasil. Para tudo que você imaginar.
Seja bem-vinda novamente ao palco, Luísa Zweiter.
Be welcome to the stage, Luísa Zweiter.
Agora tá funcionando. E aí, gente? Estão animados? Gostaram do ginga tropical?
Did you like the ginga tropical?
Que mostra através da dança um pouco da nosso país.
we show our culture, and I was willing to dance, and we had a break, a coffee, and now we are going to come back. And I'd like to thank all the speakers. I'd like to share the ideas about these important topics in our countries. I will read here, and so now we'll hear some G20 leaders, some of our countries' stars, DJ Alok, who was named the newest global citizen defensor. He will use his voice as a bridge to provide a voice to those who are in the front line of the climate crisis. He is hearing us, and please be an example of so that other personalities can reach people and make people conscient of the importance of building a better world. So now I would like to mention that everybody here is very engaged, and there are so many people that I have already interviewed, and they found to be very interesting to be here. We had Ines Silva, Eloisa Schirman from the Voice of Oceans, Raul Gutierrez from RIO, so many cool people, and think of having you guys here with proposals is what moves us to be here in this Sunday in a very important day. Are you glad to be here? Alok's coming.
Por favor, recebam Juliana Valauer, a fundadora do podcast.
Let's see Juliana Valauer, the founder of Mamilos Podcast, and Paul Newman, the CEO of SDG Advocacy. Máximo Torreiro, the FAO economist. Soma Rosa, the Vice President of the Corporation, President of PepsiCo Latin America.
Oi, gente, estamos aqui de
Hello,
novo.
we are again here. I'd like to thank all the panelists for being here with me. Myself, we have a big seed when we talk about food systems and climate resiliency. And what we're going to mention now is the Brazilian leadership on this combat to hunger and poverty. I will start with Maximum.
What core policies do the Global Alliance need to drive real impact for vulnerable communities? And how will FAO and other hunger-focused organizations work through the Alliance to truly transform food systems?
Thank you so much. Let me start putting the picture that we have today. We have 733 million people in chronic hunger. 2.8 billion people don't have access to healthy diets. And many other indicators are not in the correct direction to achieve SDG 2, hunger. And also we have significant levels of extreme poverty and significant levels of increasing inequality, especially after COVID-19. So in that world, extremely complex, then we have this opportunity, which is the Global Alliance. Why I think the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty is a huge opportunity, because it brings a significant political momentum where we have all G20 countries and the G7, of course, which are part of the G20, which are supporting this initiative. Not only them, but also all the international financial organizations and the UN agencies as FAO. The role of FAO in the Global Alliance is to host the support mechanism in Rome. It will be also in Brasilia, in Ethiopia, in Bangkok, and in Washington. What is our job to work with all the other agencies is to try to comply with the 3 pillars of the Global Alliance. The first one is knowledge, which is linked to the creation of the policy basket of what are the good practices that we need to scale up. The second one is financing, which will be crucial, and I will explain briefly why. And the third one, the most important one, is action at the country level. That's what we want to accomplish in the Global Alliance. Now, we are progressing in terms of the basket. We are progressing in terms of looking at the best practices in the world, especially to target the most vulnerable, the people which are on extreme poverty, the people which are with hunger today, which are big numbers. are not small. But that won't work if we don't align the financing mechanism. And the financing mechanism is not only new money. Of course, we need more money. We need, if we just want to accomplish 2 of the indicators of the SDG 2, we need more than $500 billion a year. But it's also about gaining efficiencies and coordinating the financing. Coordinating the financing to achieve what the knowledge pillar is saying on the policy basket. And that is not a simple issue. And that's where we need all the support to be able to convince the banks, the World Bank, the regional banks, African Development Bank, Asian Development Bank, Latin American banks like the IDB, the CAF, so that they come with very concrete agendas on how they are going to use the resources they have to align them to the needs of these most vulnerable people. That will be, for me, the key element for the success of this global alliance. And that's where we need support to be able to achieve that, because then we can operationalize at the level of the countries and working with countries to implement things. But if the financing is not aligned to the knowledge, to the policy basket, this will not be successful. So we have a huge opportunity right now to accelerate that process. Our job as FAO, the Food Agriculture Organization of the UN, is to facilitate that process, to help, to work with the countries, to work with the IFIs on the 3 pillars so that we can implement this. And the core policies initially were social protection. So we know social protection helps. Brazil has a huge example of how it has worked. But we also have other policies that will assure sustainability of this movement out of hunger and poverty, which are linked to rural areas, are linked to inclusion, are linked to transformation of the agri-food systems. Things that we need to do in parallel so that we can create the change that is needed. So we have a lot of knowledge, but we need financing and we need action at the country level. So let me stop there and thank you.
Thank you. Paul, let's talk about the role of the global community now. With Brazil's G20 leadership concluding, how can the global community rally behind the Global Alliance to keep hunger and poverty high on the agenda? And also, what big moments in the coming year will be key to driving action? And what creative partnerships could strengthen the Alliance impact?
Well, thank you, and it's great to be here, and it's great to be in Brazil at a time when this amazing leadership is being shown at the highest levels. And so President Lula needs to be congratulated on this leadership in the G20 for the Global Alliance, because it demonstrates significant political commitment. And I think this is what we need at the moment, is significant political commitment, will, and leadership. I think the Global Alliance recognises the connections between the broader development agenda and issues of food and hunger and poverty. And I think this is really key. And as we go into, so we're going to launch this on Monday, and so it's going to be super exciting, but it doesn't stop there. And the moments that come straight after, we have things like the IFAD Governing Council meetings right out of the gate early in the year. There's also the IDA replenishment, and it's critical that we see the IDA replenishment be successful and commitments made, so those financing there. I also think the role of South Africa is really critical as the host of the next G20, to build on the legacy here and not move on, but to invest. And so we're hoping that South Africa will continue to look at this and will take forward some of the connections. And linking to South Africa, there's also the CADP process, the post-Malabo process on the African continent, which is going to be launched first thing in the year. And so I think this creates a policy opportunity for investment and for learnings, and to take some of the knowledge and really look at how do we accelerate, how is the investments going, and what policies can take forward. And then there's Nutrition for Growth, which is going to be in Paris, a key opportunity for nutrition investments. And there's a number of others that will be happening through the year that I think will be key moments for seeing connection. And I think that ends, or the end of the year comes to COP30, and we've just heard about the opportunity of COP30. And I think COP30 really recognising the role that food agriculture plays into driving forward change around climate is absolutely critical. And so we're going to be looking at this. I think civil society can play a key role. And I just want to share a letter that we've, sorry, Maximo, coming over. We've got a letter to all world leaders here that is really, this has been signed by 125 civil society organizations, many in the room, and many from Brazil and around the world, and then also 28,000 global citizens. And this is, I think, talking to the role of supporting the alliance, but also to ensuring that the funding, ensuring that we see the attention given to this alliance and to really using it to actually drive forward change. And so I think going forward, there's a huge role for civil society to play in keeping the alliance honest, holding the mechanism honest, and we'll be watching Maximo and what's going on in how this is being delivered and how we're seeing impact on SDG 1 and 2 in the coming years. So this is being given to world leaders, and we'll share it online, but a letter that's very critical. Thank you.
Obrigada. Thank you. Suelma, a gente teve esse ano uma grande tragédia no sul do país, que mobilizou o país
I had a
inteiro.
big tragedy in the south of the country that mobilized the country, and not only the public power, but also the private initiative. But I would like to ask you to talk about the role of PepsiCo in working in this tragedy and what you can do to combat hunger and extreme poverty in the future. It's a great pleasure for me to be with you. The great truth is that we are very proud of our work and social impact. The social impact department of PepsiCo is here with me, and we act with frequency in all the big disasters that affect our regions. And it's not the way that we wanted to act with donations, water, maintenance of those families that were affected, not by chance, but because of the climate change. And then we are proud of our acting, and we have a product that's reverting 100% of the gains to the fight towards to hunger and nourishment in the Brazilian sector. But it's the way that we understand, but it's the way that I understand that's the social role of a company. A company like PepsiCo and all the companies that operate in the world, they have a primary role in this organization, in this social structure organization. And this is because of the responsibility in reducing the emissions and in the fight to in the climate change. And it's goes to the deep transformation in transforming our supply chain. PepsiCo being the second agribusiness in the world, biggest agribusiness in the world, that has a responsibility in the agribusiness and chain. And also I call it to be a regenerative practice that we need to do, because we are recovering that in the potato production, banana production, in whey production, and in commodities that we use. Corn, for example, it's very important. You all know, like Cheetos, and it's not enough yet. And also, we have to guarantee the trackability of our supply chains to be free of deforestation. We cannot forget to mention our engagement with the Secretary Andrea Lima with a supply chain free of deforestation in Brazil, because it's the core of our problem in Brazil. And this is also important for other geographies. We need to protect the biodiversity. We need, and all of that is a way of transforming the agribusinesses. These agribusinesses should contribute to the construction of a new way of relating to ourselves, to produce, to consume. It's not easy. It's a journey, but only with intentional work, incorporating these practices in the core businesses and transforming all the supply chain not forgetting of the packages, the circularity of materials. We need to remember that it's a systemic transformation, but the way that we can effectively contribute to the country and to the planet. And this transformation also that is a transformation of a food system. It's not only a climate transformation, it's not a hierarchy of urgencies. Whoever has hunger is eager. And I remember the action that we had here in Brazil, but we are not putting in hierarchies things because these systems, they are interconnected. So we really believe that the performance of the private sector in this conversation is from their core business. Even though we are proud that everything that we do, it has a social impact as well. We are concluding this event, but I would like to briefly ask you to contribute to the way that leaders in our audience could help fighting hunger in their communities.
The thing that we all need to understand is good food for all for today and tomorrow. Why? Because we need to work hard to achieve what we need today to eliminate hunger, but that means producing more with less. But we also need to be sure that tomorrow we have the same level or more of food. And that means sustainability. That means that we need to take care of our environment, what we were discussing in the previous session. It means that we need to go to COPs and make COPs understand that financing needs to come to the agri-food system, because it's not that the agri-food system is doing something wrong. Normally, when you go to any climate COP, they will say, create emissions, destroy biodiversity, use our water, destroy our soils. But they forget one little thing. The agri-food system provides the food to people, the right to food. And we can increase efficiencies and produce better to assure that we have our biodiversity, less emissions, and use better our water. So let's work together to try to achieve that, because consumers will be central in this game, and we need to find a way to work together.
I think often we struggle with thinking about problems, and I think food can be a solution. I think healthy, nutritious food can be a solution. It can help us heal people, look after communities, and also the environment. And so I think we need to be thinking much more about food as a solution, not just as a problem.
For me,
the most important is that we learn to cooperate in a radical way. We have to learn to give up on our personal successes, and we have to give up on our brand's positioning, so we can transform deeply the way that we work, so we can build a new society in Brazil, in Latin America, and in the world. Thank you so much.
Por favor, recebam o CEO da Global Citizen, Hugh Evans, presidente da Comissão Europeia,
Please welcome the CEO of Global Hugh Evans, and the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, and the President of the Republic of South Africa. Please welcome the co-founder and CEO of Global Citizen,
Ursula von der Leyen, and the President of the Republic of South Africa, Cyril Ramaphosa.
Good afternoon, and it is my great honor indeed to be joined by President Ursula von der Leyen, President of the European Commission, and His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa. Let's join in giving them another round of applause. At COP28, the world came together and agreed upon a target to triple renewable energy capacity globally by the end of the decade. Despite these very ambitious goals and targets, the world is not on track to meet these goals within the next 5 years, and urgent action is needed to drive change and to change course. There are currently 675 million people who live in darkness without access to energy or electricity. 4 in 5 of them are on the continent of Africa. Africa, as we know, has the world's fastest growing population and also the highest proportion of people living in extreme poverty. Meeting the world's needs and this growing population with efficient, cost-efficient, sustainable energy access is vital to the continent's socioeconomic development, as well as achieving the goals outlined in the Paris Climate Change Accord and under COP28. So today, we are proud to announce that Global Citizen will be partnering with the European Commission and the government of South Africa, and you'll hear more about that very shortly. I'm really proud to be with both of you today. Madam President, I'm going to start with you if I may. President von der Leyen, you championed the COP28 agreement to triple renewable energy access last year. Why is this so important, and what steps has the European Commission taken over the last 12 months to achieve this very ambitious goal?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, first of all, for having me tonight and allowing me to address you here and discuss these so important topics. If we look at climate change and our common fight against climate change and protecting nature, there's one core subject, and that's about energy. Energy, how to get rid of fossil fuels and move towards clean, renewable energy. And therefore, before we had the COP28 in Dubai, a few like-minded teamed up, and we said we need to have not only the nationally determined targets as countries, but we need to have a global target on renewables and how to increase the amount of renewables. And with that, the idea was born to triple renewables till 2030. And there are 3 very good reasons for that. If you look at that, triple globally renewables till 2030, that would mean a cut of 10 billion tons of CO2 emissions till 2030. So it would be a huge step forward. But there's a second element, and that is renewables are not only clean, what emissions are concerned, but they're also cheap. That is crucial for affordable energy. And they are homegrown. So for many of them, you can have them at home. They create good jobs at home. So lots of economic good arguments for it. The third element is we wanted this goal to triple renewables by 2030 because only what gets measured gets done. We know that. So we'll track from now on. And we know that the business sector likes these goals because then they know if we commit to them, globally, then they know exactly the direction of travel. And as you're asking, what does the European Commission, European Union do for it? What we did immediately is raise our target 2 by 2030. We are on track. We have now more electricity from renewables than from fossil fuels, a big step forward. And of course, we increase our investment in the rest of the world for infrastructure, building infrastructure for renewables, specifically in Africa, but we're going to speak about this in a little while. So many good reasons to triple the renewables by 2030, our global goal.
Well done. Incredible. Thank you, Madam President. Hear, hear. Your Excellency, South Africa knows well the challenges of power supply, and I'd love to hear from you, what do you see as the opportunities for renewable energy, both in South Africa and across the entire continent?
Well, thank you very much. And firstly, I think I'd like to thank Global Citizen for focusing on the challenges that many countries face in the world. And as you correctly said, many people on the African continent still live in darkness. We've got millions, almost 600 million people who do not have access to electricity. But the decision that was taken at COP28 to triple renewable energy then yields a number of opportunities for us in Africa, in that moving towards renewable energy, and even if some are starting from zero, means that there are great opportunities to ensure that people get energy, clean energy, much cheaper energy. Africa is well endowed with sun and wind, and that can be utilized to good effect to grow our economies, to ensure that at a social level people have access to electricity. But of course, this does not come as cheap as one would think. It requires finance, it requires clear decisions by leaders, not only on the African continent, but by leaders globally. And it is good that COP28 took that decision. So what we would like to see is that measurement that Her Excellency van der Leyen has spoken about being acted on, where we get a really good partnership as the African continent with the more developed economies, so that we can follow through on some of the commitments that were made, because those commitments then lead to the opportunities that you were talking about. And with those opportunities, we are then able to get finance, we're able to get technologies, we are able to ensure that our economies grow and enterprises are spread around the African continent. In the end, as Her Excellency says, it is energy that drives growth, that drives economies. So renewable energy then gives us those opportunities. And in South Africa, we are taking up that opportunity for renewable energy. We faced enormous challenges in the past 3 years with regard to energy, and the reliance that we've had on fossil fuels is what has taken us back. But now with having taken the decision to have more and more renewable energy, we're actually seeing expansion, we're seeing the private sector coming in and installing really good renewable energy going forward. So there are great opportunities. We've experienced it in South Africa, and we want this to be spread. But as we go towards renewable energy, there must be a just transition. Because there is a transition that we in South Africa are having to go through. But it must be just, and it must be the type of transition that advances the interests of ordinary people as it grows the economy. So the opportunities are enormous, and we just need to utilize the enablers to ensure that there is benefit for everyone.
And President Ramaphosa, just before we move on, can you just elaborate for everyone, when you refer to the just transition, can you explain for those in the room who aren't familiar with that term, what that really means for economies like South Africa?
Well, just transition means that as we move towards renewable energy, we should not just say that we will transition to renewable energy without taking into account the livelihoods of ordinary people, the jobs that could be lost as we move to renewable energy, because right now we are much more dependent on fossil fuels. So as we go to renewables, relying more on the sun, on the wind, on hydro, we've got to make sure that as people lose jobs and as their livelihoods are eroded, and as towns where we used to draw fossil fuels deserted, we've got to make sure that the transition for ordinary people becomes a transition that they benefit from. Workers, must never feel that they are going to lose jobs without maybe upskilling and being skilled in new technologies, and all that is possible if we are focused on a just transition. As we move to COP30, that's what we would like to see COP30 focusing on. We are going to be president now of the G20, and we would like, and maybe you will talk about that in a minute, we would like the world, the more developed economies to also focus on how countries that now need to have more and more energy, renewable energy, can actually move in that direction without the destruction of livelihoods, without downscaling their economies, but with upskilling people, with giving people skills, new technologies, and cheaper finance that is going to enable all of us to benefit. That's what just transition should mean.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you. President von der Leyen, you're at a really exciting moment in that you've just won re-election and you're in the first year of your second mandate as President of the European Commission. Can you share with us how you'll use this next year in partnership with South Africa to advance this hugely ambitious agenda?
Yes, so as you know, we have the European Green Deal, and we will stay on track to move forward with the European Green Deal. But I can pick up where you left, dear Cyril, because this means not only fulfilling our commitments, staying on track, being very clear that for the European Union, we want to be climate neutral by 2050 with all the goals that are behind it, really keep the course. But if we want to be successful in fighting climate change and protecting nature, we have to think globally. And therefore, the goal of tripling renewables by 2030 is so important. And I thank you, Cyril, for describing the situation in Africa, because we will only be successful if we leave no continent behind, and the transition in Africa is a just one. Africa has, as you said, all the resources necessary, in abundance, sun and wind and hydropower, etc. Africa has 60% of the best solar places worldwide, but only 3% of the global investments in infrastructure for renewables, only 3% go to Africa. And with that, the task is clear. We have to step up. We have to join forces that this changes for the better. And this is the reason why I thank you very much that you contacted me. The Global Citizens, again, were initiative and said, it's good to have this tripling of renewable energy by 2030, but what about Africa? Don't we have to step up together? And I can only say, yes, you're absolutely right. And this was the moment why I called my friend Cyril Ramaphosa to ask, shouldn't we join forces and launch a campaign during the next year, beginning here in Rio, ending next year with you having the presidency of G20 in South Africa, and lobbying from all sides, you with the impact you have, I as far as I can, you with the impact you have, the governments of this world, but also the international organizations and the multilateral banks, for example, to scale up renewables for Africa and to pledge. And this campaign, I think we should launch tonight. It's the perfect time, it's the perfect audience, if I may say so, and it's a perfect team, each of us really to make it happen. Scale up renewables for Africa. This should be the motto of this evening and the coming year.
Well, can I start by saying that I think this is a hugely exciting campaign to launch in this context. And President Ramaphosa, you are about to embark on taking on this incredibly important role as president of the G20, and you're the first African head of state to do so, which is itself an enormous milestone. My question for you, as President von der Leyen outlined this ambitious goal over the next 12 months, cast your mind forward 12 months from now, and we're all gathered in Johannesburg alongside you for the G20 meeting. What does success look like, and how can we campaign together to make this an enormous success over the next 12 months?
Well, thank you very much. We are honored and privileged, really, as an African country, to be president of the G20 in the coming year. And we will be taking on this task on the back of what Brazil has done and achieved. They have achieved an enormous amount in the various negotiations they've been having, and also the focus that they have had, particularly when it comes to the financing track, as well as the climate financing. And we will be focusing, as they have, on issues of solidarity, because we do believe that solidarity, particularly at this stage of the geopolitics of the world, is very important, because it really addresses the needs of ordinary people, and it enables economies also to be empowered and to grow. We will also be focusing on the issue of equality, where there's been inequality, and I come from a continent where inequality has been rife. So we would like to see more and more equality being spread around and leaving no country and no one behind. But we also want to focus on what Brazil has also focused on, sustainable development. We do believe that development needs to be sustainable on a number of platforms, whether it is the empowerment of women, and I remember very well with Global Citizen when you came to South Africa and you brought Beyonce along with you, which made many people happy. You focused on girls and the empowerment of women. We also want to focus on ensuring that the access to finance is something that will be spread around so that countries in the developing part of the world are able to access finance so that they can embark on infrastructure development. As Ursula was saying, one of the key challenges that faces our continent is lack of infrastructure development. And of course, this is a problem that emanates from our past of colonialism and, in my country, apartheid, but we want to move on. And if we have solidarity, and if we are armed with a sense of having equality across the world, leaving no one behind, I do believe that we will have sustainable development. And it is this that our presidency as South Africa is going to be focusing on, and mobilizing the world and getting solidarity from everyone to focus on solidarity. We do believe that we will be able to achieve great goals for humanity, and we will be able to move the development of human beings in the world forward. So that is going to be our focus. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you, President Cyril Ramaphosa. Thank you, President Ursula von der Leyen, for your leadership. As you heard today, we are announcing today a 12-month campaign in solidarity to drive investments into renewable energies across the continent. And we're inviting the private sector, we're inviting civil society, we're inviting governments, and also multilateral development banks to join us in this critical goal of tripling renewable energy access over the coming decade. And we want to meet the unmet energy need of the 675 million people who are mentioned who currently do not have access to energy. So we will be in Davos together, we'll be at the UN General Assembly at the Global Citizen Festival, we'll also be at the G20 next year, and we invite all of you to join us as we power our planet together. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Well done. Thank you. Just on time. I was watching. Very good.
Are you a young entrepreneur?
The Cisco Youth Leadership Award was established by Cisco and Global Citizen to celebrate the power of vision.
And previous Cisco Youth Leadership Award winners are doing incredibly impactful work all around the world.
Is your organization technologically based and driven by out-of-the-box thinking?
Technology works well only when it works for people.
Are you committed to ending extreme poverty and creating positive change within your community?
Today I would like you all to imagine a world free of suffering and disease, and it is my life's mission to make it possible.
The 2025 Global Citizen Prize Cisco Youth Leadership Award is looking for an extraordinary individual who's not only positively impacting the world through technology innovation, but inspiring others to do the same.
And the winner will receive $250,000 towards helping their organization grow and develop.
It's a news that changed your life.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
So there's only one last question. Are you the next Cisco Youth Leadership Award winner?
Change begins with us.
This is my homeland in Brazil. Music called to me young, and this began my journey. I went to the jungle to find peace. What I found was a purpose. I heard the message of our ancestors, and I knew that the world needed to hear it too. Protect the Amazon, protect us.
Lindo isso que você fez. Ficou maravilhoso.
Nós somos um povo que resiste pela força do brotar. Antes do Brasil da coroa, já existiu o Brasil do cocá. Talvez dá um ritmo.
Nossa senhora! Tá ligado? Tipo, E aí a gente vem e pá, parará.
The best way to connect with nature is to listen to what it has to say. For Indigenous peoples, music serves as a vital conduit for transmitting ancestral wisdom, preserving their culture, and reinforcing their crucial role as guardians of the natural world. The album combines the energy of Indigenous chants with the aesthetics of pop, hip-hop, and electronic music, crafting an unprecedented musical experience. It's a collaboration between 8 Brazilian Indigenous artists and global DJ and producer Alok.
Por favor, recebam o produtor musical com dupla nomeação ao Grammy.
Come to the global singer and the founder of the Alok Institute, Alok.
Eu posso sentar?
Can I sit down?
Boa tarde, galera.
Good afternoon, everyone. I will speak in Portuguese, and I'll have the simultaneous translation, and then I can show you a video of the work we're doing right now. But I would like to start off with saying what took me there. And in 2018, I had some depression, and I was trying to look for some new ways. And then I said, okay, I'm gonna go there. And I didn't know that we had 3 hours in the road to arrive to the Amazon. And then when I got to the Amazon, I realized that I had to imagine that we have to see that it's a different place that have different values from us. The way I connected with nature It's very important to give a new meaning to my imaginary. I remember I was making some music to be in the top 10, and now I'm creating some music to heal me. And then I realized that I could express my art. And in 2019, I had my character in the Free Fire. And then this was one of my dreams. And then I said, okay, I can heal people by just being myself, by actually producing some jobs, producing some of my way of being. And my character in this game became the best seller. So I was very inspired to keep on working to help the future generations. And then I thought that I should be working in and out of the game to be part of the transformation change we need to have in the world. And in 2021, I was asking myself where the future was heading to, and I understood that the future was ancestral. I understood that I should connect myself with the indigenous people. And from the moment that we started doing that in a musical way, I wanted to preserve the culture and the way that they write and the way they are doing their culture in the music. I tried to understand how they could do that and how I could transmit that in my music as well. And then we started doing this work with indigenous people. And then I created this album, the Future Ancestral Future, which is something that is a project of mine. And I would like to conclude that the main core topic of this project is to amplify the indigenous voices. They have their voices, but we have to amplify them. And I think with myself that before I didn't have any awareness about the indigenous culture. So it was easy to commit some mistakes, but the moment that I have this awareness, we have the responsibility of expanding their voices. And we ask ourselves, what's the world that we are leaving to our kids? What's the planet we are leaving to our kids? We need to leave a world that's marked with the sustainable economy. That's something that we need to provide to them. So talking about new generations, I would like to invite to the stage, Try Surui.
E aí, bem? A gente estava falando ali que direto eu ouço falar o nome da Chay, mas a gente
I normally hear her name. We have never been in the same place, but it's the first time that we have the possibility to get to know each other. And Chay, I have some questions. I'd like to start off asking you. So, how do you see the role of the indigenous growth in the fight to climate change, and what's the role of your community on that, and what can you do to the world with that? How do you see the role of the community, the indigenous communities in fighting the climate change, and what's the challenges that your community normally face? Good evening to all of you. First of all, I would like that future is ancestral. Why do we say that? Because we talk a lot about the importance of the indigenous people to face the climate change, especially in this moment that we are living today. Today, the science proves that within the indigenous territories, if they are marked or not, we are the protectors of biodiversity. The biodiversity that means food, water, clean water, the clean air, and we are the biggest guardians of the United Nations that they have recognized that this role is important and that the indigenous communities, they have developed to the world. So before we joined here, we were talking about that. We talked about the indigenous land, the Aragua, that protects the springs of water. And in my territory, in Paitegará, in the indigenous land of the people Paidestui, from 2005, we do this work of reforestation of our territory, with the PAMIN project, with the rebirth of the forest. And from that time on, we understood that it wasn't not enough just to take care of the forest. We needed to give back to the forest what we had taken from it. And then today, we cannot deny that we are living the climate emergencies. And in Rondônia, in my state, where there is the capital, Porto Velho, it's one of the biggest affluents of the Amazon River. It arrived to the lowest level of 23 centimeters. So the river just disappeared. The fish died. So this drought affects our territory, and it affects our plantations, our agroforests that are so important to have this role we are talking about here, which is to face hunger. It's not only the agribusiness that feed people. These small commodities, they normally go to feed the pigs and the cattle, not to feed people. So imagine that before we had a huge diversity of species that we ate, of diversity of plants, and of so many other things that the nature would provide us. This wisdom is dying now, being replaced by these big commodities. So when we want to talk about the fight to hunger, we need to talk about the indigenous people that are planting these agribusinesses, the healthy food that nowadays are being affected by these extreme heat, the drought of our rivers. And in these past years, what has impacted us was the fire. Our state went through 2 months on smoke. This arrived to our lands, and we had a big fire in our territory. And where Luan, for example, my cousin, the chief of the brigade, they showed me a video of people running from the fire. And even though we think that they don't have a way to talk to us, we are suffering and we are trying to run away from that. And this is one of the losses of diversity that we lost, and 60% we lost. And the indigenous people, they are these protectors. When they have these fires, it's where the animals they go. And that's where we make our biomonitoring. And despite we are impacted for all of that, we are the first one to be affected by this climate emergency. And we are also the ones who put in practice the solutions. So indigenous people, they are essential to the fight towards a better future.
E agora é minha vez de fazer pergunta
Now
também.
it's time for me to ask questions. Thank you so much.
Vamos todos juntos mudar,
So we are going to change and transform this planet all together in a way that we see it and we feel it. And this is also a responsibility of our actions, each one of us actions in your space, in your place, to make this transformation, to value indigenous people. In this way, I would like to ask one question to Alok. You, as a global DJ, a public figure, what were one of the main aspects that were more grateful to use your platform to move these people with these indigenous causes, and why has this been so important to support these indigenous people? Just as you mentioned that you came from there, from Grammy, for example.
The future is ancestral.
And the future is ancestral in your music and your work, your global work. The big issue is when we started this work, it's important to say that it was first an idea of putting everybody together to viabilize a studio. We were 50 days recording a studio, and the closest tribu we had to the airport was 1 week in trip, and then put together the studio, and then we thought, well, what do we have to produce now? And the Yanama people, they were singing a beautiful song, and I asked them, wow, this is beautiful. So I don't remember to having listened to that last year. No, this is 500 years old. So I understood that I should do an album, a CD that would incorporate everything that we were living there. And this was a work that, in some way, I allowed the artists to follow the way they wanted to follow. And the big idea of this project was to put some awareness on the forest preservation. And if that moment Indigenous people could heal me, they could also heal some other people. And for that, I wanted to use my platform to help them to actually face these problems. So they would scream a lot, but they would never be heard. And I wanted them to be heard. And because sometimes people, they wouldn't understand what they were feeling. And that's the platform that can connect them with the world. And all the places that we went, the music was a vehicle of entrance for them. So they could actually get their voices heard in the world. And they preserve their music, and we should preserve also the people who were singing. And that's what we needed to do to make the preservation be actually done in their situation. So really, this is something that we have in our job. And my idea is to touch new generations to understand what's their value, what's the value of their life. Because this way, if people, they know each other, they respect each other better.
Agora sou eu. A Amazônia é muitas vezes chamada de
So
pulmão
the
do
Amazon
planeta.
rainforest normally is the lung of the planet. So how do you see the responsibility of Brazil with these natural assets, and what is the role of the communities in performing the protection of these assets? So I'm from the Amazon, and we talk a lot about the Amazon. In Brazil is where we find the biggest part of this biome, essential for our planet. But it is important to take also the other biomes, understand that we are connecting each other, and we need to talk about the Cerrado protection and all the forests. Our motherland needs to be protected, and we need to protect it. So Brazil has a big role on when we talk about that in a global level, not only because of the big forest area, but because of the riches also of the indigenous people. So this knowledge is something that we have here. So what Brazil needs to do is to mark the indigenous land and to protect the indigenous land, and also to strengthen the projects we have and we are developing in our territories. So we'll have in Brazil next COP30 that we have a big responsibility. And one of the things Brazil needs to do is to put ourselves as the co-presidents of this COP and to put ourselves in the decision board so that we can be heard and be part of this construction. And we want to hear those who are in the bases fighting every day with their lives. As you have mentioned, we need to protect those who protect the forest. But Brazil is the country that kills more activists in the world, and the half of them, they are activists. So we need to protect the life of these activists, these guardians, and we need to face these attacks that the indigenous people, they are facing in Brazil. So we want to see what is happening in the Supreme Court, which is an attack to our rights and our Constitution. The legal framework is a condemnation of our future. So what they want, is the exploitation of our territory. So Brazil should be coherent with their words. We cannot just say just good things and beautiful things and keep on exploiting oil in the Amazon.
E querer, né? Por exemplo,
asfaltar try to assault the road BR 369 with that will have asphalt over the most protected places of the forest in our Amazon that will impact several indigenous people. So it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense that we keep on trying to make the fairer ground. Our relatives, they are fighting against that. So it doesn't matter if you do one thing and then we keep on trying to destroy other things. So we need to have courage to face all these attacks. We are living, they are not only attacks to our lives, but it is an attack to your life as well. Alok also understand what is the planet that we are giving to our kids. We've seen some rivers dying and fish dying, the rivers drought, and when we had the smoke in Rondônia, I understand that my sister said one thing, and my sister said that when my nephew he was born, she said, well, my kid is born and he doesn't breathe any fresh air yet. And what is this planet that we are leaving to him? So I cannot allow that. I cannot allow to follow these type of destructive projects for our lives, so that other global partners, what they have to do is to understand their role on that. So we need funding to protect them, to have the indigenous boundary, and it's their duty that they send some funding. After all this colonization, we still live. They also are the ones that expel some greenhouse effect gases. Nothing more just than them funding our territories, our demarcation, our projects. It's their duty to do that. So if they want to have a better world, if they are committed with that, because if they are just thinking on funding to have gains, we'll end up with a planet. We need to fund thinking on life. That's because many times, like to mark like the indigenous lands will not provide some gains. It will only guarantee the future, but they don't see that. If you fund talking with the ones who are doing the job in the baseline, you have to guarantee that this arrives to the baseline, because it's much harder to get funding. It's much harder to get funding because it looks like everything should be better. Now we have so many conquests. Why is it harder?
So why is it more difficult? Why are we having to face so many attacks and such violence? This is still the reality of our country. We need to fight in order to guarantee our rights, because they want to change the Article 231 of our Constitution that guarantees our land given to us. So many other countries and other companies that emit polluting gases in the world. They have this duty to finance it, to fund us. They need to change their posture. We can't continue with this greenwashing, so we need to change. And we need to mark land funding the indigenous peoples now, and to tell these leaders, we want to tell the global leaders that the indigenous peoples has their eyes, we have their eyes, our eyes on them, as women and girls. We're here to demand our rights, and we'll move forward.
Galera, é o seguinte, tinha mais uma pergunta aqui, mas você já respondeu tudo. E eu até vou falar assim.
So there was another question here, but you already answered everything. I know it's breaking protocol, but we need to understand that this woman, she's not here alone. She's representing all the indigenous peoples because it's a collective fight, representing their ancestors. So we need to have this space. It's so important. It's important to have this space, and I would like to thank you all for being here. We're together. Thank you.
Por favor, recebam Maria Neto, diretora executiva do Instituto Clima e Sociedade, e Jonas Garistori, primeiro-ministro da Noruega. Welcome Maria Neto, Director of the Institute Clima e Sociedade, and Jonas Garistori, the Prime Minister of Norway.
De novo, boa tarde a todas, todos e todes.
Again, good afternoon.
To be joined by Jonas Garistori, the Prime Minister of Norway. Norway has been doing a wonderful job and leadership, and we know that from Brazil's side, in working on the agenda of climate and nature. How will Norway continue this leadership, considering the challenges and the ambitions we had last year in COP28 and going towards the COP30?
Well, thank you for inviting me. Brazil and Norway have been very close partners for the last 17 years, working on saving the forests. So Norway was convinced back then that this was a contribution we could make to support those countries who wanted to move ahead to preserve forests, while giving people who lived from forests still an opportunity to move forward with their communities. So Norway has during those 7 years invested more than $5 billion into forest preservation. Brazil, the main partner, but also Indonesia, Colombia, Democratic Republic of Congo. But Brazil has really been the very interesting and important partner, where we have been able to support the Amazon Fund. We had to stop disbursement in 2019 because the development went in the wrong direction. But now, with the new president, we have been relaunching our support to the fund, and today I can announce that we will now put in an additional for this year of $60 million into the Amazon Fund to see that change happening, because now it's really moving again in the right direction.
Wow. This is a great news. 60 million.
And you know, I mean, working like this, Norway has its obligations under the Paris Treaty to cut emissions. And we will do that job. We do it partly in Norway, and we get together with our European partners. But through this initiative, we have been contributing to more climate emission reductions, many times our national emissions. So we have to work both domestically to do our job. Everybody has to do that. But then we have to look for the international global opportunities that really can make a difference. And I think the lessons we have learned from the Amazon Fund, from the political will of leadership, is encouraging. And now, you know, Brazil, Colombia, Indonesia, this is an area where things are moving in the right direction, so we have to give it momentum.
Very important for our nature and climate, actually, linkages, and I'll ask a bit about that afterwards, and also very important to reinforce the work of Marina da Silva here when she was opening and explaining to us all the progress we did on reducing deforestation. But you also have been working a lot in supporting renewable energy, and in particular, Norway has been supporting the clean cooking. And considering also that the G20, and you have been participating in G20 here, invited by the Brazilian presidency, has been discussing about access to energy and renewable energy, I would like you also to tell us a bit about what is this initiative and how this can be something going towards also next year G20 and supporting the climate change agenda.
Well, this I think is an issue where we can really, we who work with politics, explain to people how this really has a daily effect on people's lives. Are you aware that 3 million people have premature deaths from respiratory diseases, which come from inhaling fumes from partly the way you cook your food? So the typical example is the African mother who cooks her food with biomass, normally with a kid sitting on her back, and both inhale these fumes, and they get respiratory diseases, and far, far too many die. And, you know, I worked on this when I was Chief of Staff of the World Health Organization more than 20 years ago, because we knew that in addition to all major health issues, indoor air pollution was perhaps one of the really large killers where we could do something, not by high-tech, but by low-tech interventions. So the Director General of the IEA, the International Energy Agency, the President of Tanzania and I, we have been taking this initiative to say, let us now really push for this new technology so you can have clean cooking. You can do your cooking with energy sources that do not contaminate you and your family. So we gathered in Paris 1,000 people back in May, and we collected, I think, more than $2 billion to make a real push towards 2030 to get those figures down. And I think this is something which has to do with climate and nature, but also with daily life of families and people. So the Clean Cooking Initiative, I think we have managed to get it into the G20 statement, so we can highlight that here is a real low-hanging fruit.
Very important for family and for people who are living in high poverty as well. And also improving quality of lives of people is as important, the center of everything we are trying to do here. Coming back, Prime Minister, on nature and climate, and next year we have our COP in Belém. And we hope that this COP in Belém is going to put nature and climate very much together. And you were just mentioning this work that you have been doing traditionally already now with Brazil, but also scoping up other countries like Colombia, Indonesia. Tell us a bit more about this collaboration and how we are going to COP30. What can we have there as a good outcome?
As we speak, there is COP29, and we have to do what we can at COP29. But I think COP30 will be very important. It will be a COP where I think nature and climate will come together in a more concerted fashion than before. Now, in a few weeks, we have a meeting in Korea, in Busan, to try to strike a deal on plastic in oceans, you know, to get this enormous problem, get it down. Norway has the world's second largest coastline. So we are really affected by what happens in the oceans, and so do you. I mean, Brazil, oceans are so important. I was just celebrating today Norwegian exports of bacalhau to Portugal. It has gone to Portugal and to Brazil. It has gone on since 1842 here in Brazil. But it all depends on clean ocean and healthy oceans. And we see that by wise ocean management, we can really help cut emissions and provide food for a growing world population. So these agendas need to be brought together. So coming to this summit, COP30, under Brazilian leadership, we have to strengthen our commitments with our national contributions. That is part of the Paris Treaty, and we are working on that in Norway. We are currently at 55%, and we have to come up. In addition, we are going through the energy transition that we agreed at COP28, where we are going to triple the renewable energy. And I remain hopeful that we can come a long way in that direction, because now sun and wind, onshore and offshore, are becoming economically attractive to invest in. So that's why, having now very productive work on this with the Brazilian COP presidency for the next year, I think we can make progress on both.
Very important is actually what we are going to present, what we are presenting. Brazil actually presented its NDC, was one of the first countries to present it, but it's also about implementation and actually demonstrating we can do more. You were talking a bit about, and we are here on the G20, your participation, Norway, with the invitation from the Presidency of Brazil and how you participated here. We are continuing with the G20 next year. And we are talking also about poverty. And we have next year a very important year for the IDA replenishment. And Norway is a country that traditionally has been doing a lot in terms of ODA support and has been having a very important role also as a donor. What do you think can be done? We know that it's not easy. We all are living a situation with COVID, fiscal constraints, actually from the whole world, not only from the Global South. What do you think we can do about IDA? Because this is also an important message for COP30, that we have the poorer countries also having some support, no?
Well, IDA is a bit technical. We can contribute money to the World Bank. They can multiply when they lend out. So a dollar in can get $3 or $4 out because they mobilize also private funding. But I think we need a combination of doing this in the right way and to build political momentum. And I think what President Lula is doing by his initiative on poverty and food safety is an important political initiative that to attract attention to this important issue. One of the reasons why I think Norway and Brazil have worked well together this year under President Lula's leadership is that we share this objective on poverty alleviation. And that has to be done in many sophisticated ways. I mean, the most important thing, as I see it, is to bring to poor people food security and energy security. There are 700 million people in Africa without any access to electricity, and probably quite a few also here in Brazil. So we need to fix that by renewable energy sources and not by fossil energy resources. So if you get food safety and energy safety, we can start really to address the development economy, so to say. And that's why Norway will make a record pledge to the IDA round now with the World Bank. I will announce that tomorrow here at the G20, because we believe this is really what is working and leveraging more money. But it needs to be said, official development money coming out of state budgets can only be, one part of this. We need to mobilize private capital, and we need to mobilize the economy so that it makes sense to invest in development and in getting, jobs and sustainable economy working. And I believe where the World Bank is now, I think they are on a good foot. So that's why we have decided to make, a real contribution here, because we believe it's probably one of the best areas available right now to make a difference.
Prime Minister, thank you for your leadership.
Thank you.
Rouse our applause to him.
Por favor, recebam Michael Sheldrake, cofundador e diretor de Política, Impacto e Assuntos Governamentais da Global Citizen, e Justin Trudeau, primeiro-ministro do Canadá. Welcome, Michael Trudeau, co-founder and Chief Policy Impact and Government Affairs Officer of Global Citizen, and the Right Honourable Justin Trudeau, the Prime Minister of Canada.
Well, thank you, everyone, and thank you for staying here for Global Citizen now. We've got one powerful announcement to come, but first we're delighted to have Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. And yeah, let's give him a round of applause.
Thank you.
And Prime Minister, I think you can see from the applause, it's widely known that your government has been a leader on climate action, both at home and overseas, right? But I think we can all say that as we get to this G20, we can all be doing better, right? And so as we sit here today, before we get into specifics, I think we need to acknowledge that this conversation is timely because as this G20 is taking place, it's really being set against, you know, what is a very polarized and tense political environment. You've got inflation boosting the cost of living. You've got conflict threatening security and tearing communities apart. And you've also got big elections, right? Bringing in big change. And I know you yourself will have elections next year. So against this context, many people have said, is collective action on the biggest issues of our time even possible? Climate change, all of these issues. I mean, what's your assessment to that? And as you take over the leadership of the G7, how do you plan to respond?
Well, first of all, we've known for decades now that in order to build a strong economy, we have to be protecting the environment. That's something that people figured out a long time ago. There were times a long time ago when people would put them directly in opposition, but people have understood that the challenges of climate change also come with opportunities for new solutions, for investment, for innovation that are really exciting. And that's been sort of the theme of the past decade or so, that being smart around fighting climate change is also a way of bringing in investment, of innovating, of creating growth in sustainable ways inside our economies. The challenge we're facing right now is that the direct pressures on individuals and households, the affordability crisis, that being kicked in the teeth by inflation around the world over the past few years, the concerns around the rapid pace of change, the instabilities we're seeing, the shifting geopolitics, the disruptions of the supply chain, have a lot of individual citizens, voters, families really worried that they're not able to make ends meet. And it's really easy when you're in a short-term survive, I gotta be able to pay the rent this month, I gotta be able to buy groceries for my kids, to say, okay, let's put climate change as a slightly lower priority. And that's something that's instinctive. When the storm comes, you wanna hunker down and just sort of huddle up and wait for it to blow over. We can't do that around climate change. And unfortunately, we have an awful lot of political amplification of the kind of narrative that is directly opposed to that. It's, you know, some very profitable oil and gas companies and entrenched interests that very much want people to, you know, put in opposition affordability and the fight against climate change. And that's really the challenge we have to take on. Everyone sort of understands, oh yes, we need to grow an economy and protect the environment at the same time. But when it comes to putting dollars in pockets for people, they don't want to hear about, oh, if they just, you know, pay a little more for an electric car, then that'll be protecting the environment. They can't pay a little more for an electric car right now. There's a sense that affordability is in direct contrast with our moral responsibility to protect the planet. And that is something that, unfortunately, people have been amplified and used propaganda, misinformation, disinformation, and flat-out lies to scare people into saying, oh, no, we got to take care of our household budget and bottom line first, and environment second. And that's one of the things that we've really tried to tackle in Canada, because ultimately, even as we talk about global collective action and responsibility, we have a first primary responsibility to citizens in our own countries, because if they're not on board with us stepping up to fight climate change, both at home and around the world, they will withdraw political support from parties that are focused on doing that. And that's the challenge we have to tackle.
So let's get to some specifics. Right now, on the other side of the world, and there's this climate conference taking place in Baku. And I think there's a call by more than 38,000 organizations calling on the wealthiest economies in the world, including Canada, to come up with a new financing goal to in part fund many of the things we've been talking about today, ending deforestation, rolling out renewables in Africa and around the world, and supporting communities facing the worst of climate change. I know Canada, under your leadership in 2021, you pledged to double your support to countries around the world when it came to climate change. And my understanding, you're planning to meet that commitment next year, but can we count on Canada to raise the ambition? People are talking about high ambition, and going into the G20, how are you going to encourage the rest of your counterparts to step up?
We all know climate change is a global problem. We all know that it hits the most vulnerable, whether it's in emerging economies, whether it's women, whether it's Indigenous peoples, the most vulnerable around the world, who are least responsible for creating and contributing to climate change, are the ones that pay the heftiest price for it, either in economics or in quality of life or in even their lives. So there is a huge responsibility that everyone has, not just to make sure that we're supporting people to get through and adapt, but to make sure that emerging economies don't have to go through exactly the same steps that we have in driving up their emissions before they figure out how to reduce their emissions. They need to be able to leapfrog with technologies, with greener solutions that are affordable to them, how to get past the mistakes that so much of the global north did through the Industrial Revolution over the past 200 years. In order to do that, it's going to take significant investment. And in order to do that in our democracies, it's going to take a will of citizens to say, yes, it does matter that I fight deforestation in Indonesia. It does matter that we're battling floods and famine and some of the weather impacts in sub-Saharan Africa or in Asia. The challenge we're facing right now, and this is where organizations like Global Citizen are so important, where we're actually telling the story of how much we are all interconnected and how much we are all reliant on that. And once again, convincing citizens, convincing people in my democracies that they have to pay more in taxes, or they have to accept that some of their tax dollars are going to the most vulnerable in the world, they have to feel that it's something that is supporting them. And the challenge we're facing, even as we're talking that, is people are worried about being able to pay their rent, people are worried about being able to buy their groceries, and Maslow's hierarchy of needs, dealing with your own concerns, are always top of mind. But as a way of getting to that, that is why over the past 9 years, our government has been focused not just on fighting climate change, but on demonstrating that it creates jobs, it creates growth, and it directly benefits citizens. And one of the key ways we've done that, for example, we brought in one of the strongest and most broad-based prices on pollution of any advanced economy in the world. We have it is no longer free to pollute in Canada, and we've won 3 elections on it already, and I'm going to be facing a 4th where it's very much in question. Because we always know putting a price on pollution is the most efficient way of getting people to innovate, getting people to change their behaviors, and getting people to actually drive the kinds of change in the best, most efficient way that markets and innovators can handle. It's the best tool out there. But because it's invisible, because it's visible as opposed to invisible regulations and the heavy hand of government, it is an easy political target, which is why when we brought in a price on pollution, we actually turn around and give it back to the middle class, give it back to Canadians. What that means, and people say, well, what's the point of putting a price on pollution if you're just going to turn around and give it back to them? Well, what happened, the way the math works is for 8 out of 10 people, for people in the middle class, people working hard to join the middle class, our price on pollution gives back more money 4 times a year in a check every 3 months that actually more than offsets the price on pollution. And then if they decide that, you know, at one point they can take their bike more often or insulate their home a little better or make choices that are reducing their consumption of fossil fuels, they get to keep more of that check we're sending them. So it actually has become a way of helping with affordability, of putting more money in the pockets of people who are struggling. Because when we talk about fighting climate change, everyone has the sense that, oh no, big businesses and millionaires are going to find ways around it. And it's always hardworking consumers and ordinary folks that bear the brunt of the changes. And what we've had to do in Canada, and what we've successfully done, is change that dynamic so our fight against climate change goes hand in hand with affordability. But that's where, as I was talking about earlier, we're facing a level of attacks, of misinformation, of disinformation by people who are saying, no, 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 we have to stop the fight against climate change in Canada so we can put a little more money in your pockets, even though that's exactly the wrong thing for the planet. And it's actually the wrong thing for money in their pockets. And that's a lot of what the next year's election is going to be about in Canada.
So I know you spoke about price on carbon. One of the other big measures that's been mentioned today is the role of fossil fuel subsidies. And a previous panel pointed out that I think in 2009, so all the way since the start of the G20 itself, they've committed to end fossil fuel subsidies. I think you're making progress on this. Your government started along that journey. But when we look at the role of clean energy, many people say, one big prominent personality in America has said this as well. They've said if you just leave it to the market, took away subsidies from everything, then clean energy could potentially, solar in particular, compete on its own merits. What's your message on this going into the G20?
Well, we committed as a G20 to phase out inefficient fossil fuel subsidies by 2025, and Canada has done that. We did it early. We did it in 2023. Which, to be honest, Canada has the 3rd largest proven oil and gas reserves in the world. We are a significant oil and gas exporter and producer. So incentivizing Canada and pushing us in that direction has not come without massive political fights. But one of the things that we've pointed out is we should be incentivizing the new, greener, renewable technologies. Fossil fuel companies around the world and in Canada are making billions of dollars in profits, record profits right now. They don't need subsidies. Indeed, we're actually bringing in a cap on emissions for our oil and gas sector. That's, again, very politically contentious. But these are the things that are at stake right now. I mean, as we gather here, and I know this room is, a lot of you are asking, well, why aren't we doing more? Why isn't the world doing more? Why isn't the world realizing the level of challenge that we're all facing in terms of an existential threat of climate change, of protecting vulnerable biodiversity, protecting vulnerable people around the world? The answer is, most of us in the wealthy economies live in democracies. And if we can't bring along our citizens on making those investments in a tangible way at a time of anxiety, a time of pressure, of economic challenges, then we don't get to do it. And it simply won't happen. And you can all think of different elections in which people said very clearly they're not going to do anything on fighting climate change, and they'll focus only on affordability, and they get elected. That's not the way we're going to save the planet, and that's not even the way we're going to build a strong, resilient economy into the coming decades. But if we don't take care of changing the rules of the game, pushing back against those entrenched interests that do not want us to go green, that are convincing people that a carbon tax worth a few cents a liter is actually why gas prices are going up, even when we give back more than that carbon price per liter, and it's actually oil and gas companies and geopolitics and the illegal invasion of Ukraine that is driving up fuel prices around the world. It's easy to scapegoat people who are trying to protect things for a generation from now. And that's why, as climate activists, as environmentalists, as long-term thinkers, as young people, we need to make sure that we are not moralizing and telling people, oh, you need to care about future generations. You need to care about species you've never heard of going extinct. That approach of trying to make people feel bad because they're just trying to feed their families, just trying to, get a good day's work in and cover the mortgage, that has actually worked against us as environmentalists and activists. We need to start with not just, oh, it'll create growth and prosperity and good jobs in the coming years. We need to be showing how it's doing it now. Right now, Canada has received more investment from around the world than any but 3 other countries in the world. Last year, we were number 3 in the world for foreign direct investment, and a massive amount of that is investment in clean tech and green energy because we've put a huge amount of subsidies on that and incentives on that. But another massive part of that is coming in because they know that we have a cleaner electricity grid than most, and we are serious about fighting climate change in responsible ways. That's why we're drawing in all this investment. And people are starting to see the jobs, they're starting to see the benefits and the opportunity, and not just, people think of green jobs as, some sort of scientist in a green lab coat, being fancy and everything like that. No, these are good mining jobs in all-electric mines, developing the kinds of solutions that we're going to need for the ingredients in electric batteries and in solar cells. These kinds of things we're doing have to be part and parcel of how we're going to protect communities, how you're going to be able to pay your mortgage, how you're going to be able to buy a house if you're a young person. That's the trick that we've all got to get more aggressive about selling in the world.
So we're coming up to the end, but I've got one, I'm going to wrap these 2 questions into one.
Sorry, I haven't let you out a single question, sorry.
Okay, you've spoken about impacts, right? You've spoken about impacts on communities around the world. We see impacts in health, for instance. We're seeing new preventable diseases occur in places they weren't previously. We're seeing the role of extreme heat. We've got some amazing people working on that here. But I guess you've got these organizations like Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, which I know you've supported in the past. These organizations which are helping to address the impact. But as many of us are advocates here, what is your advice on how we convince your taxpayers, essentially, to step up and invest and see this as a global public benefit? And I guess a broader question I want to ask you is, and I had the pleasure of meeting your daughter just previously, but you look at the polls and it all says young people in particular feel this dimension of despair, right? Where they feel that their actions can't make a difference. So I want to ask you, Prime Minister, what keeps you hopeful, and do our actions make a difference?
Well, first of all, on the health impacts of climate change, we're seeing that all around the world. And we just had an example of a global pandemic that wasn't related to climate change, but where collective action in terms of keeping people safe made a huge difference. Canada, got vaccinated to a higher degree than most countries. We were able to get through not just with lesser health impacts, but also we got through with a quicker rebound of our economy because we were thinking globally and protecting our citizens. So I'm a huge, huge believer in the shared responsibility we have to keep everyone healthy and safe, which is why we've been strong supporters of Gavi, and we will continue to be there to support that. In terms of the optimism I have it because I continue to have very real conversations, particularly with young people, that do understand that the world is changing. We're in a time of massive transition where everything is under question, everything is shifting, everything is change. And the ability to shape that change by this generation, by your generation, is real. And we just need to make sure we're not despairing or falling into the traps that are being set by some people who are not thinking about the long term, who are playing on our fears and our anxieties and trying to show that people are powerless. Well, one of the things we've seen time and time again is in democracies, people are not powerless. They can lash out sometimes and make difficult decisions or challenging decisions, but they can also make incredibly positive, hopeful decisions when they are treated like thoughtful, active agents of change and not just blind consumers of politics and propaganda. So we have to continue to have real conversations around real trade-offs and not pit people against each other and not start from a place of, well, you don't believe in climate change, so I can't talk to you and you're automatically bad. Well, it's someone who's been misinformed, disinformed, and are really worried about being able to support their kids and send them to school in new shoes or being able to believe in a better future for them and their community. We have to hear people's fears, absorb them, and give them that optimism that we can solve this. We've faced down huge challenges in the past as a species, as a civilization. We can successfully face this one down as well. And one of the reasons I am so optimistic is I keep having great conversations with young people, with activists of all ages, with people who are out there knowing that there is a better future there if only we stay committed to building it. And I know we all are.
Let's give the Prime Minister a round of applause. Thank you.
Sejam bem-vindos novamente ao palco Hugh Evans, Louisa Zweiter e Diego Scotti. Please welcome back to the stage Hugh Evans, Louisa Zweiter and Diego Scotti.
Obrigada, gostei do grito. Bom, gente, que tarde incrível, né?
And it was a great afternoon, inspiring afternoon of great dialogues. Thank you so much to all the moderators. We're arriving to the end. All the panelists for being here with us and sharing all the experiences, presenting some solutions to protect our planet. Thank you so much.
So yeah. Give it up for Louisa. She's done an amazing job today.
As we close today's event with gratitude to our speakers, our moderators, and partners, we are so excited to share some news about where the Power Our Planet campaign takes Global Citizen and our partners from here. So Hugh.
I'm pleased to announce for the first time in 2025, we will bring the Global Citizen Festival to South America in Belém as world leaders gather for COP. And in keeping with previous festivals, the Global Citizen Festival Amazonia will feature some of the world's biggest artists alongside Brazilian and Indigenous artists, all united to defend the planet. Global citizens will be able to earn free tickets to this event by taking action in support of the Power Our Planet campaign that you've heard about today. And as a legacy of this really important festival, our campaign organizing partner Rewild will create long-lasting local impact for communities by directly supporting impact projects in the Amazon that will continue far beyond COP30 and the Power Our Planet campaign. Now, we would love to invite some of our key friends, partners, and family who are playing a key role in making this journey come to life to join with us on stage. I'd like to start with Sonia Guajajara, Minister of Indigenous Peoples of Brazil. Please, Sonia.
Hey, Sonia.
Maravilhosa!
I'd like to invite Governor Helder of Para State to join us. Please, Governor Helder. Thank you.
Vai ter que ter um maravilhoso para ele também maravilhoso.
I'd like to invite Tassiana Medeiros, CEO of Banco do Brasil.
Linda.
Tassiana, thank you. I would also like to invite Rodrigo Medeiros, Senior Brazil Lead of Rewild.
Maravilhoso.
And I would also like to invite Marina Silva, Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
Esplendorosa.
Woo! Come on. As you can see, we have an extraordinary coalition that has come together to make the next 12 months of this campaign be incredibly impactful, and we are so grateful for the amazing support that you've provided to power our planet. Without further ado, I want to share with you a video of what's in store for the next 12 months.
Gente, eu mal posso esperar para conhecer a programação.
I cannot wait to get to know the program of Global Citizen, and with that, I would like to say that with each other.
Be the presenter.
You're all invited.
I hope so. Vocês gostaram da minha apresentação, gente? Bom, vamos agora para uma
Did
recepção.
you guys like my presentation? And yes, so let's chat outside. Let's go to our cocktail. Thank you so much, and long life to Global Citizen.
Obrigado. Thank you.
At the reception outside. Aguardamos vocês na recepção lá